All right, welcome. Philosophy Portal's year in review and reflection on 2023, 2024. I'm super excited to be starting this off with David McCarricker of Theory Underground. I mean, I think that this is only right, to be honest with you, that I'm starting off this year in review with you, David, because, I mean, right from the beginning in January all the way up to the end, we've been engaged in different projects. And for me personally, Theory Underground has been a little bit of a beacon of hope and a sort of collaborator and friend along the way. I know you've used the term fellow travelers in your own discourse, and it's been amazing sort of to see the growth of Theory Underground. So just welcome. And this is just sort of the drinks before we're just getting the party started, so to speak. And where's your head at? Where are you at reflecting on 2023? Are you the type of person to sort of do a yearly recollection or a yearly sort of personal review on where you're at and heading into 2024?
Oh yeah, man. I believe in using social, so these sort of holidays and kind of annual reminders. I believe in using them. Use the instrumentalization to catapult ourselves. But of course, I mean, time energy theory. Like I talk about this in my most recent book. Like it brings one of the insights that really contributes to time energy theory is that every year we feel so much motivation going into the new year that we say, I'm going to change my life. I'm going to do this different. I'm going to do this different. I'm going to do this different. And then what happens is we bite off more than we can chew. I talk about our time energy stomachs as a sort of analogy. When you go to a buffet and you load up your plate and you actually take more than you can eat, it's like the example of the analogy of the time energy stomach is just saying, like, you think you have the time energy to do all of these things, but you forget that even though technically you do have the time, it's not useful, repeatable, energy infused time. It's not real time energy. It's just this point time. And so we become exhausted, we burn out, and then we relapse in all kinds of ways. And so every year, especially ever since I started developing time energy theory like 10 years ago, it's always like, okay, well, how am I going to go about it different this time? So I'm just curious how much in your own development as an adult, we'll say, has that been a factor for you as well?
This reminds me of one of my favorite questions that Alenka Zupanjic has in her work, where she says, where do adults come from? We have this, this obviously sort of tradition, say the question of where do children come from, but she sort of flips it, where do adults come from? And maybe that's a time energy question. Where do adults come from? Because the distinction that was coming up for me, and what I've been thinking about in your time energy theory since sort of reading about it, and congratulations, obviously, on publishing the book. That's a huge accomplishment.
Thank you.
Is the distinction between basically what you're calling point time and real time energy. And this distinction between time and energy. So it reminds me of like Einstein with space and time, is like a very small distinction can change everything in the theory. And I was, the more I was thinking about time energy, I was thinking in this equation, energy to me is the key concept in the equation. Is like, you want, like, because if you have that, I feel this way sometimes at the end of a long day. At the end of a long day, I might have 3 or 4 hours, of time, but I just don't have the energy. I'm exhausted from whatever other processes have been going on. If I ate, if I ate something in the day that lowers my energy, so I'm thinking more heading into 2024 about how to become really focused on practices that give me that energetic component. You want that overflowing energy.
Yeah, you want your cup to runneth over. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
yeah.
it's, speaking of which, a side note, speaking of cups, it does say drinks before with David McCarrigar. What are you drinking, Cadell?
I've got it. I've got a
Okay.
tea. I'm not sure if it's showing up. I've got it. I've got a tea. I'm in the void, by the way. Yeah. This is my metaphor for the absolute as substance, but also subject. We're at the fundamental ground level of reality, but there's also a subject there staring at you.
Yeah.
So I'm having drinks in the void.
Yeah, it looks like you're surrounded by
No,
quarks and
let me tell you quickly about where this has come from. This structure in Less Than Nothing. The structure of Less Than Nothing is you have drinks before the thing in itself, and then cigarettes after. And it's so like the whole book is structured like a date encounter. We have our drinks, then we go to the thing in itself, then we have this. So we're just having drinks, warming up, and so forth.
well, I'm really excited to get to the thing itself with you. It sounds sexual, but
It is,
whatever.
yeah,
What
of
isn't?
course.
What isn't? Right? Like, as we learned in the course that we taught together, what is not?
Yeah. Well, that's the so before you go on, that's like the zero level of sort of what I feel like Olenka is doing is she's saying she's trying to raise the concept of sexuality to the highest intellectual level. Like when we do poetry, when we do deep analyses of capital, this is, there's something libidinal about this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, especially uh, the kind of dedication and discipline it requires to, even though we don't have time, energy, somehow pull together, really, like I said, discipline to take on a project like Das Kapital. That is, to get to the bottom of political economy and its critique. That there is something sexual to that, because you just watch. I mean, I'm trying to step outside of myself and think, just watching people go at it. Like, obviously, I can talk about what I'm doing with Nance with Capital Mondays every
Yeah.
week, where we spend 4 to 10 hours, reading through Capital and talking about it, or just any of these groups where people are doing it. It's like there's something crazy libidinal about being able to stick to that tome, which is just so dry. And the fact is, most people don't stick to it. Most people get through the first 3 chapters. Maybe they read the bit on primitive accumulation or the working week. And then after that, yeah, good luck getting to volume 2. Good luck getting to volume 3. Good luck getting to the expansion packs by Hilferding or Rosa Luxemburg or Bauer or Grossman, it's so overwhelming to even start to think about it. And it's not even the sexy, fun French theory that we've all grown to love. You know what I
Right.
mean?
It's the German stuff. Again, I saw this meme of the history of at least the history of modern philosophy, where you have 2 students. One student is very very studiously, very diligently writing his test. And then there's a student right next to him that's like looking over and copying it. And it's the French philosopher. It's like the relationship between German and French philosophy. And I feel like this actually is a pattern that repeats, like I'm not sure if we could make a, what the best example of. You would probably be the best at coming up with an example of how we could make sense of that with Das Kapital. But I just wanted to say, in terms of, you're saying, sticking to, and that's sort of like the principle I think that unifies us in some sense, is that we stick to a tomb, we stick to a dry text, which is very deep, and we are actually interested in understanding the fundamentals of I actually asked myself that when I was finishing both the Phenomenology of Spirit and Science of Logic, was how many people have actually read this? Like, I know people have read it, but I think even Michael Downs has said, I think other people have said, I remember talking to someone recently about this, is like, most people, when they read the Phenomenology of Spirit, they kind of stop once they get to the master-slave dialectic. It's like, okay, and I'm like, that's in like the self-consciousness chapter. It's like, and then they're like, oh, I understood the Phenomenology of Spirit. But I just wanted to ask, is like, of all of the people that you've met on your travels who are fundamentalist Marxists, or like really like identifying with Marxism, like on a on the ground of their praxis, on the ground of their mode of being in the world, how many of them actually wrestle with the actual Das Kapital in the way that you're doing?
None of them do it in the way I'm doing it. But then again, they might be doing things in a way that I'm not. They might be doing things in a way that I'm not doing it either. So I'm not saying that they're not doing something. I will use so like I would say that the main ones that come to mind are Chris Catrone, Daniel Tutt, and Douglas Lane. Like they're probably the main three Marxists from the U.S. Canada tour. And so for the Philosophy Portal people who don't know about it, Theory Underground hit the road. We went on a tour. It was a double book tour in September through the beginning of October of this year. And next year, we're going to be doing it in May in Europe. We're going to be meeting up with you as well as other people. Wow, I just saw somebody flickered in and out of existence in the void there behind you. That was amazing.
Yeah, that's probably that's Audrey. She's gonna flicker in and out. Yeah.
Hi, Audrey. Or is she actually overhearing this right now, or is this like you have earbuds in?
No.
Well, then hi, Audrey. Well, I look forward to meeting her as well. It's gonna be amazing.
You will. I'm excited for the European tour. That's gonna be amazing.
Amazing.
And that's one of the things that I say, like, for me, I don't know if I'm cutting you off here, but for me, one of the most important things, although it's been a big struggle in the last half of this year, is really figuring out how to link the virtual and the physical. It's always been sort of an ethical priority, and sort of building relationships that aren't just online. And of course, for you and I, for example, or for me and like Daniel Garner, sometimes it can be difficult because you're in the United States and I'm in Europe. So like what I've tried to do is I've really tried to hyper focus on Europe. I've really tried to hyper focus on building. And a lot of the people who are coming on tonight are going to be, I was hoping Owen was going to be here because he's been one of the European connections. But I keep
missing opportunities to meet that guy.
Yeah. I know. So that it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I don't know why this missed encounter keeps repeating, but I just wanted to say, like, one of the things I appreciate about your work is that you have managed to, I feel like, build that connection between the physical and the virtual. And of course, it's always imperfect. There's always mistakes. It can always be better, and there can always be ways to enhance it. But it's one of the things that I just wanted to say that I really appreciate about the Theory Underground drive and initiative.
Yeah, man, we were just out there failing in public, the whole tour. And it was like we had technical difficulties at basically every stop. And they were often different, like in Pomona College in the LA area, when we were doing something with Jason Miles of This Is Revolution podcast and Catherine Liu, the author of Virtue Hoarders. Yeah. When we were doing that event, the camera kept turning off every like 5 minutes. And then Nance would have to jump up and go over, turn it back on. And it's like, we hadn't experienced that problem earlier in the tour because we'd been doing other things earlier in the tour, but we kept changing what we were doing because what we were doing wasn't working, as we kept finding new reasons things weren't working. And at least the audio seemed to be, I think the audio for all the stops on tour are fine. And so over the next year, I'll be re-releasing a lot of those parts of the tour in podcast form, because they might not always look so great, but at least you could hear them. And for people who don't understand, like what we're talking about, like this trying to experiment with.
You're back, but there was just a glitch for a moment there.
Okay, well, I was just going to go into talking about the hybrid stuff that we were experimenting with. Like, part of it's not just, say, doing an event in a physical space in someone's town or city, but it is, and bringing in the internet, like, say, live streaming it, but actually bringing in the internet and the Zoom call so that anyone who's been following the tour, if it's not in their town or city, they know, as they've been following the tour, they are able to either just follow it as a typical YouTube consumer, like people here in the live stream. Of course, those are not typical YouTube consumers because a lot of them have taken classes with you or even myself. But you know, it's still the medium. The medium is that you are there to watch the live stream, right? Well, the idea was to change the medium by making it so people could actually enter the space through the Zoom call, and then the people who join through the Zoom call, they can actually engage the audience or the speakers, and then potentially, you know, they know, oh, this is not just a one-off event in some city somewhere. It's coming to a city near me, and also I could come to the live physical space. And then even if I miss this tour, the idea is that it's an institution, it's a thing now. Like they're making this touring a thing. So it's like, yeah, Theory Underground's coming. You know, talk shit. Well, we're coming to your city, motherfucker. You know, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we're actually coming. And so we're trying to break down those walls and get outside of the algorithmic silos and everything. But I would say that's where we failed biggest, is that the rooms were full of people from the internet, right? Like they're people from the internet on Zoom, on YouTube, people who came into the physical space, but they still came through YouTube. And ultimately, I want to figure out how to market this stuff in a way that is interesting and alluring to the uninitiated.
I was just gonna say that, you know, that vibe did come out in your tour, right? Like that talk shit, we're coming to your city, like that came out, right? Like that, like there were like I'm not sure if there are actual tensions, but like there is a way. No, but there is a way, right, in which, you know, people act online with these algorithmic silos in a way that we do need to sort of shake up that culture.
Right.
We do need to disrupt sort of the way that culture is operating. And I think, you know, I was actually watching it's sort of like I forget the actual channel of the video, but the point is that these algorithmic silos have become so toxic that this video is arguing that the best move to make right now is to build the types of online communities that I think you and I are trying to build.
Yeah.
And then the next step is taking those communities into the real.
Right.
But like, if we don't make that, and so I think, you know, another distinction that I think is important is, because we can get sometimes, I don't know if you struggled this as well, is that I've always sort of tried to make content that is not adhering or not following the dictates of the attention economy. So yes. I'm not judging my content based on how many views a certain video is getting, although I'm keeping it in mind so that I can at least, you know, keep the channel going. But that's not sort of the main telos or orientation of the work. Is that one of the principles that I've come to really psychologically help me is the strength of the network over the number of views. Like for example, like all the people coming on tonight, like they're part of a network, right? Like, so like the strength of your network is more powerful than potentially 1 million subscribers. Like, okay, like a million subscribers, how valuable is 1 million subscribers? Could be, but a network of 100 people, I think is more like, if you ask me, like, would you rather have, I don't know, 100,000 or 1 million subscribers, or 100 people who really mess with what I'm doing? I'll take the 100 people. The network over the attentionless dynamics, basically, I'm saying.
Well, I think that's a big part of how we are thinking about this distinction between the scene and the milieu, right? And I think that the theory scene is, I mean, how we exist in the theory scene for the theory scene kids is like little versions of these big channels that talk about philosophy or theory. They just see us as little versions of that. We see ourselves as doing something different. Like ultimately, like we can collaborate. It's not a hostility necessarily, but I have had the experience of meeting people who come in through the internet, like they meet me in real life, and there's this weird sort of parasocial relation where it's just like they're talking to me the way a person talks to a celebrity. And I'm not talking like, ooh, oh my God, you're amazing, I love you so much. Oh my, it's not like they're fanning they're fangirling or whatever. No, it's more like they're performing for the big other. They're not able to just kind of be there in that space and hang out. Like instead, it's like they're taking this as their opportunity to try to impress you, and so they can't stop talking and they can't listen. And I've experienced that in multiple cities at this point. And it's not ubiquitous. It's not all the time. But Anne and Nance were both on the tour with me. Both of them have good social sensibilities as well. And we were all picking up on it in various locations with different people. And well, why is that? Why are they putting me in the place of the big other? It's really awkward, especially because like Anne and Nance are there. I consider them fellow travelers. I see them as equals in a certain sense. And they're being completely ignored by the person who's like talking at me. And they're not even talking at me. They're talking at this ideal image. And that ideal image is it's the ego ideal, maybe, right? Like they want to be seen in a certain way by some material representative of the big other. And it's like the big other for them is composed of, Jonas Cheka or Cuck Philosophy, Y Theory, Todd McGowan, maybe Natalie Wynn or Abigail Thorne from Philosophy Tube, or any of these, like these giant names. And then there's a few of these, right? Right, they're huge. And then they have a few of these small satellite people, and then I'm there as one of these small satellite people. And for me, it's like of course my ego is offended, because at the egoic level, which is very silly, I'm like, I'm doing important things and it's all very different, and I'm choosing to not pursue the attention economy like these people, and I'm doing something different because it's a course site and it's my own platform. But of course I'm being put in the role of petite big other, and so breaking that and breaking the parasocial relationship by essentially somehow frustrating the actual transference there is something that comes out of what you're saying, taking it to the real. I know some people, and I want to turn this back over to you as a question. Some people are going to have a problem with us calling IRL, like, real life, material, physical, immediate spaces, unmediated spaces, apparently, calling that the real, because obviously that's not what Lacan would mean. It's not what Zizek would mean, but also there's an element of truth to it. And I think you mean something more by it. And so I want to like set you up to kind of go into what is real about these spaces for you.
About the importance of creating the loop between the virtual and the physical.
Yeah.
Why is that important?
No. What? In a theoretical sense, like calling the physical space the real space,
right?
Which kind of makes you think the virtual is not real. And of course, the real can't be symbolized, and it can't just be fully put into, it can't be fully seen or experienced firsthand empirically, like in the imaginary. So what is?
I can make this. I can work with this. So the concept that well, first I wanted to make a joke that, we need to. I think we need to. Teach better sort of the graph of desire. When you were talking about the ideal image and the big other, I was like, it's kind of like you're just seeing these people running along the graph of desire or something like that. But no, in terms of this distinction, I think it's a really important theoretical point about the real. Is, the point that always stuck out to me that Zizek always makes is this distinction between virtual reality and the real virtual. Virtual, and so like to me, virtual reality is, and he says virtual reality is a low level concept. It might be like, playing video games or watching YouTube or anything like that, where the real virtual is kind of what you're talking about. The real virtual is the way someone comes up to you and they have an image of you in their head, and they're not interacting with you, they're interacting with the image in their head, and it's some sort of ego ideal. It's some sort of figure of the big other. And so that's the real virtual, right? Like, and I think that the distinction between it's not like the real is in the virtual and the physical. So but the point is that when, and I had this experience sort of when, I'm doing the retreats, is that with the retreats, there's a way in which I think people can confront the real virtual in a different way, because, I literally have had this experience, is like people sort of say, I thought you were going to be 7 foot tall. You know, like that, you know, but that's just a metaphor for them. That's just a metaphor for the real virtual of their image.
Yeah, dude. No, this is.
It's just a metaphor.
They're always like, Dave, you're so much short. You're so much shorter than I thought you would be. And people were making fun of Joe Rogan because of that picture where he's with Jordan Peterson and Elon Musk. And it's like Elon Musk is like super tall, and then Jordan Peterson's a bit shorter than that. And then Joe Rogan's like this little tiny guy. And it's like, dude, yeah, it's because you put him in this symbolic position.
Yeah. No, totally. So I think meeting someone in the real can, or meeting someone in the physical can change the coordinates of the real virtual. But it you know, it can also make, you know, but it can also like make new problems, like, because like when I mean, when you actually have, this is the thing, is like when you have like relationships with people that are just only mediated by Patreon or only mediated by a social media platform versus the relationships that you're actually investing into in physical reality. One, that deeply constrains the number of meaningful relationships that you can take on. Right. And I think that there's something important in that. I think that's the distinction I was trying to make with following the attentionalist telos versus following the network telos, is if you're following the network telos, you know, you're more focused on building relationships that can potentially be mediated long term, but that also constrains the number of those relationships that you can take on, right? Because like you're fundamentally limited, and it's sort of like understanding where your limits are, and like actually, like when you're, it's not that like there's a distinction here between the virtual and the physical, absolutely, but when you're in the physical, there is a different way, I think, that situations arise where transference dynamics have to be dealt with, you know, in a different way, or you know, just situations arise in which transference dynamics have to be dealt with in a way that online you can more easily just shut off your browser window.
Yeah, no, that is the perfect setup for me to then elaborate on how I've been thinking about the real, in a certain sense, how it goes along with like the parasocial / transference issue that we face, because we want to be in the position of an educator. We want to be accelerating our own research by doing this sort of teaching symbolic role. And of course, there's going to be a lot of transference bullshit that comes in with that. But the reason it becomes parasocial, Todd McGowan was amazing in my last conversation with him, where he went into this. He's going to be teaching a course on Seminar 11 at Theory Underground in the next year. Yeah, and I got him, so because transference is one of the 4 fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis in Seminar 11. I was like, how is, you know, transference like a parasocial relationship? And he didn't know what a parasocial relationship was, so I kind of expanded on him, or on that for him. So for everybody who's not in on that lingo, it's basically just, you know, a parasocial relationships where you're watching people and you think, oh yeah, this person that I watch, this person that I follow, we would be best friends. They would understand me. They would understand where I'm coming from. They would be able to, whatever. And so you have this imaginary relationship with them. And Todd was like, exactly. So that is the transference. The only problem with, and this is Todd McGowan's contribution, is that he said the parasocial relationship, when it's a celebrity or when it's online, is different than the transference relationship with, say, an analyst, because, or even a professor, because the professor or the analyst is able to break the transference, whereas the celebrity never really breaks the transference. You stay in this this parasocial relationship. It doesn't get broken out of. And so, I mean, us making these attempts to take it to the real is an attempt to actually create what might be non-ideal situations for you. It might actually be uncomfortable, right? It might actually, and this is where the real, I'm thinking of this through Dilthey, at least as far as I understand Dilthey and the way that Heidegger talks about him and being in time. The real, it can't really be known. You can't have full comprehension of it symbolically or through the imaginary to be a Lacanian, but it reveals itself through resistance. And that resistance is antithetical to how we experience the internet, because the internet is a friction-free zone of consumer fulfillment.
Yeah, I think that this dimension here of the distinction between friction and frictionless environment, and bringing that to the relationship between the imaginary and the real. I mean, I literally just experienced this in the hour coming on to this live stream, because I just found out, unfortunately, Owen couldn't make it. So I had this desire in my head, which was an image of I would be here with you and Owen, and we would get to talk about politics that I wanted to have a link with you to. So then the real is just friction, and then I have to like, it's basically how well can you deal with your imaginary dissolving and reforming in relationship to real situations which are just happening. And I think that's something that the internet is definitely and fleeing into the internet is definitely designed to, reduce friction to its bare minimum. And perhaps that's also, and this is another theme that's coming up for me. Like, maybe this is sort of like, I'm going to treat this as kind of like a quasi analytic session, quasi, confession booth, is that I've been thinking, why not? So I've been thinking a lot about social isolation, and social isolation in the age of the internet. And why do I isolate? Like, what is it that happens which causes me to isolate? And it's always, to me, it's always the same pattern. It's that someone does something which I think requires an apology. The apology never happens, and I self-isolate, and then I become haunted within my imaginary of a phantasmatic situation in which they will apologize to me. I don't know if you've experienced that.
Yeah. Oh, I have. Yes, absolutely. And that, I would say that's a part of, I mean, that's a very specific sort of circuit or mechanism of this. We could call it the fallout of having any kind of social etiquette.
Yeah.
There's no internet etiquette. There is no universally understood. Because the thing is like, it's nice to be
talked about this at the beginning of the year. I think this is important.
It is. It's nice to be, to be able to transgress social norms. But when there are no social norms, universally understood social norms, it's like you're not really transgressing anything. Like, you could transgress to piss off some other consumer demographic who wants you to act a different way, but that sort of just, there is a way of handling these kinds of situations that's out the door. And if you were to say, reach out to someone and say, man, I really think you fucked up, or like, hey, I feel like shit, but like, this is the situation as I see it, this is what happened. However it is that you might try to deal with it, there's not a right way. People can screenshot that no matter how you do it. And there's always a way of interpreting it, or a community that you can share it within, where you fucked up. You shouldn't have actually said that. You should have just gone and done your own thing in the first place. And that's ultimately, we kind of have this, it's a wild, wild west. Everyone can just kind of be their best self. If you don't like what some people are doing, just go the other way. If you're still holding on to some kind of bitterness or something, well, that's on you. Oh, you're angry? That's a problem with you. There's never a legitimate reason to be angry anymore, right? And in fact, they can turn you being angry about something into like ha ha ha, look how upset he is, right? Like, oh, look how seriously he took this. I didn't take it seriously at all. So there's all these weird things kind of coming in with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's been coming up sort of spontaneously, because I think in the larger sort of, let's say, philosophy Instagram community or meme community. I don't know if you can still hear me.
I can.
Yeah, but in the larger, let's say, like, I forget the actual name, like philosophy gram or something.
Theory.
There's all these memes. They're like these memes Theorygram, yeah, Theorygram. There's all these memes, you know, that talk about, you know, like, we live in a society, basically, like trying to get, you know, like you live in a, it's like trying to communicate you live in a society. And the more I think about like what you're describing there with like the online dynamics and more thinking about social isolationism, I'm thinking more and more, you know, actually we don't live in a society. like like it's more like the breakdown of society. And what I'm thinking about, and maybe this could be thinking maybe what could be interesting live event topics, or like what could be interesting live event discussions, or like what could be interesting even live event rituals, methods for building discourse and community, um, would be involved in talking about what are the conditions of possibility for a society. What are the conditions of possibility for a society?
Right. Well, and I would complicate that by bringing in the problematic distinction between a society and a community, Gesellschaft versus Gemeinschaft, right? The German distinction. And I say it's problematic because it became a very foundational distinction for all of the just the original reactionaries. Because the society itself is supposed to be this, you know, the big other to this mass of individuals. It's supposed to be this thing that's just a catch-all for these individuals. Whereas like Gemeinschaft, you know, it's the love community. It's the people you can trust. It's these actual organic networks. And I say organic in the sense that like they're through blood, they're through family, but they're also through social ties that are more than just social, right? Like we are in projects together. We are invested in one another's success. You know, this is Gemeinschaft. Gesellschaft is like the they self, you know, das Man. This is, and so for Heidegger, of course, it's like Gesellschaft is the they self. This is the inauthentic kind of superficial existence that we all have when we just live that life of fleeing from commitment and decision and surrounding ourselves with people who like to keep their beliefs and values ambiguous and kind of just like stay at it's like, oh, it's really cool to talk about new things at a curiosity level, but it's not cool to commit to things and go deeper, right? Well, yeah, we do crave some kind of Gemeinschaft, right? And it's obviously the way it becomes problematic is people like Max Scheler, who was a big influence on Heidegger. He does base that in race, in blood, in heritage, whatever. But whether that's your thing or, I mean, assuming that's not your thing, you know,
if that's your thing,
yeah, I mean, fucking, you know, it is a lot of people's thing. It's a lot of people's thing.
Apparently, it is. Yeah.
I mean, dude, no, the Israel-Palestine conflict has made it very, very clear that that's a lot of people's thing, right? So yeah. we can't avoid it. But setting that aside, I personally want to have a Gemeinschaft that is based on something more meaningful than blood. You know, but also there has to be room for family. There does have to be room for family. Yeah.
I was just going to say that, like, so, you know, I've often liked the idea of cultural family over, you know, I found that to be a nice way of, like, of thinking of, you know, what, like, sometimes you do feel so close with somebody that you consider a friend and they consider you a friend, but you feel like the concept of friend is itself too limited. Like, yeah, why not developing a concept beyond just a friend, which does point in the direction of either family or business, or, you know, which I do think you get into secret society stuff there. You do get into like even mafia shit there. Like, I do think like if you just watch mafias and like how mafias are operating, or if you watch how secret societies are operating, it's kind of like they're just turning, you know, they're just deepening those ties with and like they you know, blood and friendship are just all sort of wrapped up into one big crazy violent ball, you know. But
right,
but I don't know, maybe.
Well, this is very much like what we are building, I think, between Philosophy Portal and Theory.
Well, I'm scared that what scares me is like I've been, so like last night I was watching a movie about basically it was about medieval family dynamics on the level of royal lineages. And like what struck me there in watching those movies is just how inextricably intertwined violence was to the formation and the maintenance of these lineages, and just like how killing each other was just kind of how these networks work. like that, like like and I was just thinking about, when we approach like similar depth of relationship, are we recoiling into isolation because when we go to the depth of human social relationships, what we find there is violence? You know, like violence at the core of these structures, like violence at the core. I mean, of course, Freud thought this, right? Like Freud thought like the core of human society was the killing of the father.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, and even like absolutize that principle, like that, like that's a sort of like a transcultural universal. You can't get out of that. So I'm wondering of like is the resistance to social life and the recoil from society, and my view, like we don't live in a society, and the desire to go back to like what are the like, so that brings back to my question, what are the conditions of possibility of society? I think Freud would bring that to, well, the killing of the father, you know, the blood and the violence and the killing that are at the core of the birth of a culture.
This is where I think we have to read Bataille, right? This is
Okay.
this is.
I think Max will like you on that one. I think Max is getting deeper into Bataille. Actually, also at the retreat in France this last year, Thomas Hammerich, he brought a book about Bataille's secret society.
I thought you were going to say at the retreat.
And the title and the cover of the book was a headless. You know, it was like a headless guy. Like anyway, go on.
I thought you were going to say that at your retreat you did a
we didn't
sacrifice or something.
That like it the person who writes the worst article for the anthology gets sacrificed.
That's how it should be, you know.
That's how it should be, right?
You've been voted off the island, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it would definitely. I mean, that's the thing, is like when everybody has blood on their hands in the same way, you know, there is a real tie there, right? And so like military, police, you know, the fraternal, actual fraternities, brotherhoods are often founded through some kind of obscene transgression, and I don't know what I don't know what ours would be. I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be one of these ones that could, you know, let's not kill somebody.
Have you encountered this motion? Have you in building Theory Underground, in all of the networking you've done, in all of the engaging in the symbolic ecology of wherever the hell where we are, have you encountered any energy, internal or external to Theory Underground, that you would liken to something like a metaphorical killing of the father energy?
Yeah. I would say there are definitely people who come around. They're not as interested in the subject matter. They're a lot more interested in some kind of they just want to critique me out the gate. And it's like they don't.
Priori.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like they're missing. It's like I like a thoughtful criticism. Like I like, or you know, I like a thought, like a critique that actually makes me go, here's the thing. I critique myself all the time. I like a critique that I wouldn't have come up with on my own. Most of the time, it's either something that I've thought of on my own plenty of times, and so it's like not very interesting, or it's like, wow, you've it doesn't even apply in this space. Like for instance, I had somebody talking about the profit motive, and they were just like, you know, maybe what you should do is make it so that anything you make over the amount that it costs to actually provide for your means of subsistence, that profit margin is going to go towards a charity project or towards funding some other educator. And it was like, Wow, what a great criticism. You know, the whole fucking business model is to free Mikey from wage labor, you dipshit. Come on. Hang
Right.
out,
That's literally a great charity project.
Yeah, get to know the place before you critique it, though, is the point. And I feel this way about like when people want to. I was just admonishing another person for. It's like this conversation I have on a monthly basis because I teach Heidegger. People always want to tie Heidegger into Hegel, and I'm always going like, look, deal with him on his own terms. Don't take his critique of Hegel seriously. Don't imagine that Hegel would give him a serious critique. Imagine that they are literally doing different things and just get to know them on their own terms and then do that later. But you have to get to know them on their own terms. This constant recourse to referencing them to some other thing or instrumentalizing them to your project instead of just trying to acclimate and get to know what it is that they're doing, it's a huge obstacle to learning.
So
and
maybe,
I would say,
yeah.
Well, it goes really well with the thing I was going to bring up on. We were talking about the ego ideal, big other dynamic, and the resistance of the real. And I just wanted to say, like, you know, people will say the other or the big other, and then they'll like lump that into or pivot from that into talking about Levinas's uppercase O other. And this is another one of those examples of people jumping the gun, that you want to bring Emmanuel Levinas into dialogue, but you haven't taken the time to really get to know him. And here's why. Uppercase O other, the other for Levinas is the exact opposite of the big other. It's the exact opposite, meaning that the big other is this thing existing for you in your head. In some, just, you know, you have a relation to the big other, and the big other is not concrete. It's not this actual other. The concrete actual other is the other that Levinas is speaking of when he uppercase O's that, right? The other is with the big O is not the big other. It's the human that doesn't fit into your categories. It's the face that overflows and bursts asunder those categories that you project and use to collapse and simplify reality, right? Because for Levinas, we are always basically scared little children who built up these little fortresses. And then those little fortresses, we use concepts and language to simplify and reduce and dismiss complexity or anything scary. And so, oh, that person must just be this. That person must just be that. Maybe it's based off of ideology. Maybe it's based off of race. Maybe it's based off of whatever. But we just like to simplify everything and then make everything in reference to ourselves, right? And so the fact is you are an uppercase O other. I can't collapse you into my simplistic categories. You can't do that with me. I can't do that with anybody in the chat. There's a certain level, though, where we're going to do it. It's kind of inescapable. And that's what we were saying about breaking the parasocial through actually meeting people. Is the actual other in breaking that transference is overflowing the categories that we've put on them.
I love that. I mean, I think that's I mean, it's deeply true that, I mean, let's drop what we maybe do too much using the Lacanian categories and talk about the actual concrete other as the other with the big O. Is like, I think the fear that comes there is the other with the big O, the actual other, is terrifying because they can't be predicted. They can't be reduced to your schema.
Right.
And at the end of the day, back to this being scared little children who build fortresses, you're scared that they're going to destroy your fortress. Or you don't know what they're going to do. Maybe they'll come into your fortress and mess up the walls. Or maybe they'll, you know, you just can't know, right? And at the same time, when, you know, I think this is sort of like back to this example that I always give from primatology. They did this study on chimpanzees where they were studying positive and negative interactions, and 99% of interactions are positive, like grooming each other, you know, whatever, joking around, playing around with each other, whatever. They just track the interactions. But 1% of the interactions are very negative. and it's just that 1% of interactions that are very negative go on to structure the entire rest of the relationship. So it doesn't matter if and I think that's true for us, like basically if we've only had positive interactions, say like you and me, we've only had positive interactions, it only takes one really negative interaction to potentially disrupt the entire relationship. And that's what makes building relationships and building society so friggin' scary, especially on the level of family, especially on the level of blood, right? Especially on the level of long-term commitment. Because if you think about building, like, now take that example and situate it in the context of a lifelong relationship. Like if you have a marriage partner or whatever, it only takes, and like this, the scary thing about that is that you can have 20 years of positive interactions. You could have 100%, like let's say you have 100% positive interactions. It really only takes one catastrophic interaction to potentially destroy the entire relationship. And not only that, but to retroactively make you think the relationship was a mistake. Potentially,
Yeah. 100%.
About it. This is, and so I think we do have to confront. Let me bring it back to Lacan's Recourse for a sec, because that's what I was sort of just, I was sort of like, very deep into. Maybe aligned with Levinas, maybe not. The idea that I was taking from the Écrit is that for Lacan, the starting condition is the impotent body. Like that we're born in impotent bodies, we're scared little children, right? And because we are starting, like, and if you think about it, like the first few years of a child's life, right? You can't walk, you can't talk, you can't go to the washroom by yourself. You're totally dependent on these. Like, think about the perception of the adult from the perspective of the infant, right? Right, yeah. And then that goes on to that goes on to the construction of the ego and the construction of the identity that that we come to inhabit now. And so it just makes it so difficult, I think, carrying that starting condition of impotency, to realize that bringing the other into the picture can always reconfront you with that impotence.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to live in this world where everything is predictable, and bringing it back to that word you use, predictable.
Yeah.
The other being unpredictable is what Levinas means by infinity. So when we think of the title of his magnum opus, Totality and Infinity, the other is unpredictable. That's the infinity part. Well, what's the totality part? Well, we want everything to be predictable. And so, of course, nowadays, instead of doing theory, everybody just uses this armchair statistics thing to think that they've got human nature all figured out. And then, of course, I'll use an example that's just ready to hand right now. And that's when people say, oh, well, you're actually so much safer flying than you are driving. So that's a kind of insane fear to be in the plane.
I was looking up those stats yesterday.
So let's assume that it's completely true. The point is that when you're talking to a concrete other and you're not just writing an article to the masses, it's not true. When you're writing an article to the masses, it is true. But when you're talking to the concrete other, that's not true, because the concrete other is not a pure statistical phenomenon. The concrete other is able to drive defensively, to consciously refuse to be on their phone while driving, to consciously refuse to start drinking before driving. So there's all of these factors that the concrete other is able to account for and counteract that makes them more capable of avoiding crazy drivers on the road. But when they get into a plane, they do become the statistic. There is absolutely nothing that person in the plane is able to do. Now, I fly. I've got no problem flying. Every time there's turbulence, I do think I will die. But it's the point is that when you get into that plane, you have given up.
Are we preparing for your crossing agency. The ocean this year? So
I'm coming to you. Yeah. You've given up agency. You've given up responsibility. You've given it over to the pilot. You don't know the pilot. The pilot is just part of a system. The system has its average effects and statistical outcomes. But when you are at the wheel yourself, you are a concrete other, meaning there's things that you could do in that situation that up your odds.
Well,
Not in the plane.
yesterday, literally yesterday, Audrey was telling me about this story of the last plane, apparently the last crash of last major plane flight crash in Germany was of this pilot who decided to crash the entire plane. He was depressed, and he just crashed the plane into the side of a mountain. When his co-pilot went to the washroom, he shut the door and crashed the plane. So, that is, I think, an example, a concrete example of what you're talking about there. And then, it points to,
oh my gosh.
I mean, it just points to perhaps, and the thing with plane crashes in particular is, yes, they're statistically lower than car accidents, but the level of the catastrophe is always very high, right? Like, you can have so many minor car accidents. Anyway. I feel like we have 5 minutes left. There are a few guys I want to bring in to meet you before we stop. But but before maybe I'll just bring Dimitri in right now. What up, Dimitri?
Sweet.
But I just want to maybe give you the last 5 minutes to sort of let people know what you're up to with Theory Underground, and maybe what to look forward to in 2024, including European tour coming to Europe.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I think that gives me an opportunity to kind of like tie it all back into the idea of the time, energy, stomach, and overestimating what you're capable of doing, and being more realistic and developing discipline, not relying so much on motivation. Obviously, it's an art form, and it's part of just surviving nowadays. And so for me, the course calendar and really the whole year that we're moving into, that's a way of capturing my sort of crazy energy. Because like I feel like this crazy energy to do a bunch of things. Well, instead of doing those things, now I plan, and then I just follow through when I'm not feeling it. And so
just watch out for the disruptions.
Look out for the look out for the real. Well, the main things coming up in January. The main things are the time energy seminar and the Being in Time Division 2 course. So Being in Time Division 1 was excellent. Being in Time Division 2 kicks off here on January 6th. And the Critical Doxology and Time Energy seminar is going to be on the fourth Sunday of every month going through the whole year. And actually, we just got some signups on that. I'm really excited for the people who are going to be there for that, because it's kind of like the critical media theory cohort that was going on all of last year, which will be going on for this next year as well. In that, it's just once a month, and that's nice. People, it's a lot easier. And I'm kind of lecturing, assuming you didn't get a chance to read everything, right? It puts me in a weird situation to lecture like that. But I'm really excited for calling critical doxology what it is. Right? Because we've been doing it with the critical media theory cohort, but we haven't been calling it that. And the idea is like, alongside difficult theoretical texts, we also are reading these popular bestsellers that your mom or your dad or your uncle in prison probably read, right? So
that maybe even David Goggins could read.
Yeah, dude. No, exactly. No, it's actually these videos where I'm calling out the Goggins fanboys and while I'm running and that kind of stuff.
I love that.
That's actually part of what I consider to be critical doxology, which is like bringing the theory to the common sense literature and the self-help improvement stuff and being like, hey, there's something there, but also look what you're missing. And I think that common sense has something to teach theory, and theory has something to teach common sense. So when I teach gender trouble this year or this next year, I'm going to teach it alongside Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus.
Oh my God.
There's something.
I don't know if people have done that. I don't know if people have done that. Like, I think it's such a cool innovation. It's like you're bringing academia and Joe Rogan closer together.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal right there. Exactly. And so, and why? It's because my hunch is that there is an intellectual revolution emerging from this scene, but that we have to cultivate the soil, and that doesn't just mean appealing to people who are already sold on theory and philosophy. It means reaching out to people who are going through self-transformation exercises and tuning in to that kind of improvement discourse and saying, hey, you're right to be doing jujitsu, you're right to be running, you're right to be weight training, absolutely, but also, have you tried pushing the boundaries of your intellectual comprehensive abilities? Because that's what we're doing, and you can do it with us, and trying to roll out this welcome mat like that, and doing it for people. Ultimately, like Theory Underground, it's all about doing it for workers with earbuds, right? So that's the main thing I'm excited about.
All right, Dave. Well, this has been a great drink before. There probably isn't. You can head off now if you want, or you can stick around. I'm going to bring on everyone else, and we're going to change up to the thing in itself. But if you need to hop out, that's fine as well. And I just, before you leave, I would just want to say, 2023 wouldn't have been the same without you. And it's been a fantastic ride so far, and I'm definitely looking forward to 2024. So for everyone who has not yet checked out Theory Underground, go to theoryunderground.com. Dave already has the entire 2024 calendar up. Let's hope the plan goes according to plan. And I'm definitely going to be checking out a few courses. So it's been a blast, Dave. I'm going to bring on everyone else now.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll hang out for a bit. My camera will be off, but thank you.
Let's go. All right, welcome everyone.
Hey.
We got Dimitri, Max. Let's see what we got here. Dimitri, Max, Jason, Frega. And now we're going into the thing in itself. We've got 3 hours to kill, guys. So like let's just maybe let's just start off with like reflections on 2023. Sweeney, I want to start with you. Where are you at? And is reflecting on is sort of a year-end reflection a part of your ritual?
Yeah, yes and no. I don't take it hugely seriously as a ritual. I'm just feeling through it. I would say. Yeah, yes and no. I don't take it. What's that? We've got some. Hold on. What is that?
What about you, Dimitri? Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm all good. I've actually been thinking about how this time between Christmas and New Year's is kind of a void space, or like a limbo, like this kind of in between. And I think there's perhaps it's unconscious, but there's something intentional to it. The fact that Christmas is followed by New Year's, and then there is this void space. Like, even like planning this kind of thing, you were asking me like, do you have time? I was thinking, well, yeah, I kind of do, but maybe I will do something else spontaneously. And I think this this in-between space is a good thing. It kind of throws you off the natural routines that we are in. So that's where I'm at. Yeah.
What about you, Frega?
It's a wild time. I don't know. What was your question again?
Just like, do you do a 2023 year? Do you do a year in review?
Yeah, I did. I drove to the mountain today, and I took my notebook and I did some work, and I put all the ideas down. I think it's a sleepy time for most people. You're either a couch potato or constantly eating and drunk or sick, and I've been all three for the past week. And I think it's also a good opportunity to take stock and to do this. I mean, I tend to do it. I think it's a good time. I think January, because in January everybody gets back to the charge, everybody gets back to the thick of it. So I certainly have done that thing of taking stock of, what did I do? What do I need to do? How do I feel? What's my goal? And I think I should do it more tomorrow and actually double click on some of the questions that I raised and be more detailed in that, because nothing like a good plan, and nothing like speculative thinking to give body to ideas and to open up like the field of the possible. If you're not able to come up with like, what's the craziest possible wildest thing I can do this year, then you'll never get there if you don't put a name to the wild idea. So I think that's what the calendar makers have purposely reserved for us in this week.
All right. Well, maybe this will be a good reflection space for that. Like you said, there's nothing like speculative cognition. Max, what about you? Welcome.
Welcome. Good to see you all.
Where are you at with 2023?
This time next year will be 2024. Yeah, it's surreal. I've been thinking over the past few days, time itself, you can never grab it. You can never, as much as we want, Faustian men that we are, to control and to predict, as you were saying with Dave, we can't do it with time. It's just ever fleeting. 23 was good for me. I'm trying to become a software developer, which is harder than I thought. And I'm studying there software development, and then philosophy starts coming into my head, and like I find myself off studying Hegel when I should be doing software development. So I'm trying to, back to what Dave was talking about, time energy. Trying to figure out a way in my life to bring in some money to be able to do philosophy, which is currently my issue, which I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, I think that's something like, yeah, maybe we should start off with these mega issues. And because there's so many people here, come up with like maybe a structure where we can just sort of go in a circle, and if there's someone who wants to respond, we handle it in that way. Just going off this point about philosophy and money, the three sort of major conversation points that I did basically an analysis of all of the philosophical conversations I had this year on the channel. And the three major topics that stuck out to me throughout the year were psychoanalysis outside of the clinic. That came up a little bit in the conversation with Dave in regards to sort of transference dynamics, ego ideals and stuff, just sort of that just get projected in social life. Theology and politics, and then frontier philosophy. And I think this issue of how to do philosophy and how to handle the economic side of things brings issues of, let's say, theology and politics. And sort of what are the sort of the theopolitical dimensions of trying to do philosophy, or what are the theopolitical dimensions of trying to build a career or trying to build a mode of being in the world? Maybe we could start off on that. Is there anyone who has ideas there that wants to get us started off, and then we'll just go in a circle? Thomas, do you want to jump in? I'm gonna force you to jump in there.
Oh dear, you want to start with a dose of Girard, or is that
Let's go.
So what's the question of God, basically, God and God and politics. Hello, Cadell.
We could.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that God is filling more and more space, right? There's a lot of people who are looking for God. God is being discussed. It's part of international conflicts. I mean, if you look at the situation of Orthodox Christianity and the involvement in the wars, I mean, there's Islam versus Christianity. So it seems that God is something that cannot be ignored or just brushed aside. And I think that this is an era where the new atheists are becoming a bit funny characters, basically, because they had this very funny idea about, or this very simplistic idea about, like, well, why don't we just get rid of all this irrational stuff, and then it will all get better. So if you just remove God, then it will all get better. But it turns out that, first of all, you cannot get rid of it, and second of all, if you get rid of it, then it gets replaced by all kinds of other stuff, irrational ideologies and very strange ideas. I'm not going to elaborate here. Yeah, so it seems that God is something that you cannot get rid of. That's why I like Whitehead so much, right? Because Whitehead is this I think that the greatest philosopher of the 20th century, and in his system, and Whitehead was a scientist, right? So Whitehead was a mathematician. He wrote about physics and stuff like that, and he came up with this beautiful piece of speculative metaphysics. And there you have God just playing this really big central role in it. And I think that is kind of now 100 years later, after process and reality, I think it's very clear that it's a word, and you need to kind of fill it in and deal with it.
I mean, I think that maybe is a great starting point for this conversation. Then is just God, starting with God, and maybe the caricature of new atheism. Certainly, I grew up under the caricature of new atheism. And that's left a God-shaped hole in the culture. Maybe we could start around that point. Is that I'm gonna just go in the order of my screen, but maybe we could sort of freestyle about that notion. Sweeney, we'll go Sweeney, Dimitri, Frege, Max, Jason, Chitan, Philip, and David. You want to just unmute yourself. Everyone sort of take responsibility to mute and unmute themselves when they're talking. I unmuted you, Sweeney.
Okay, I don't know how to unmute myself. Apologies, everybody, on this particular platform. Well, that's cool that Thomas is bringing up God, and he sort of brought up the larger picture. And for me, I'm moving less towards a larger picture and more into the sort of praxis picture of how I see the world on an intimate level. And I've been really digging deep into Gurdjieff, where we have a course coming up called The Hard Way, Parallax. And I thought that I would like to present this to the group, this cool thing in the beginning of Beelzebub and his Beelzebub's tale to his grandson, Gurdjieff's books. And so this is how I'm thinking of things right now, from a Gurdjieffian perspective. Okay, so Gurdjieff wrote 3 series of books. The first series of books has this, and each book had a different aim, a different purpose. The first series of the books, I'm going to read you the 3 aims of the books that Gurdjieff wrote, because I think it's excellent food for consideration. So the first series, he says, to destroy mercilessly and without any compromise whatever, in the mentation and feelings of the reader, the beliefs and views by centuries rooted in him about everything existing in the world. So I like that very much. This is his first aim, Gurdjieff. The second aim is to acquaint the reader with the material required for a new creation and to prove the soundness and good quality of it. And the third is, this is his third series of books, to assist the reader in the mentation and in the feeling of the reader of a veritable, non-fantastic representation, not of that illusory world which he now perceives, but the world existing in reality. So there's this beautiful triad of first destroying everything we think and feel about the world, and then rising from the ashes and creating a new way of dealing with that. And then the creative act comes in the third series. So anyway, I just thought I would throw that into the group along with Thomas's thoughts about God.
What is this bringing up for you, Dimitri?
Well, there's people lighting fireworks in the neighborhood. I hope you cannot hear it. But
It's all good.
Yeah, what is this bringing up for me? Well, firstly, I think we have to be careful with making this distinction between illusion and reality. And right now I believe we're living in a times philosophically, psychoanalytically, that this is completely redundant. Like Lacan in the Écrit asks the question, like, how is the neurotic deceived? That's a question we could ask, but the more pertinent question to ask is actually, who is the neurotic aiming to deceive? And for Lacan, deception is pervasive. There is no authenticity behind the mask, since all there is are masks. There is no truth behind appearance. The truth is in the very appearance, since appearance is all that we got. And like the perhaps minimal form of that appearance is the appearance qua appearance, or in other words, where appearance breaks down, which can happen in, for example, let's say a psychotic breakdown or something like this. Now, so if we want to think about this in relation to theopolitics, or the question of God and politics, and also like the intimacy of a notion of God in relation to the human as an intrinsically political animal, well, this is this is really a huge can of worms. But in the Christian tradition itself, God is love, and it's basically a question of how do we bring love to politics. Like, what is a politics of love? And of course, like David already mentioned, there's a distinction between the Gesellschaft and the Gemeinde, which is like the community of das Man, of just like a passive consumers, and then also the proactive and spiritual nature of an intentional community, which has both like can have negative or positive consequences. So these are all things that we we'll have to think about, and of course Slavoj Žižek will mention that there is no way that we can honestly return to Christianity and its notion of a Holy Spirit if we do not go through the metaphor of the crucifixion, or the castration, the symbolic castration laid bare in the Christian tradition itself. And to Zizek, what this means is a return to communism, not of course a naive affirmation, but the spirit, the communist spirit itself, which for Zizek is also the Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit itself. So to simplify the question for the sake of this conversation, I think I've been thinking a little bit about the Trinity in Christianity, and perhaps we could say that God the Father stands for the phallus, then Jesus Christ stands for castration, and the Holy Spirit stands for the symbolic order itself, which again I want to affirm you cannot make a hard distinction between truth and reality in the symbolic order. You have to see how, or like truth, not truth and reality, I mean appearance and truth. So that's those are the things coming up for me.
That was fantastic. I just want to be mindful of how much time Ebert has with us. Alex, are you with us?
Yeah.
I just want to be mindful that you might not be with us for much time. So I don't know if you heard what Dimitri was saying there, but I thought that he was structuring some really interesting questions about politics and love, and like specifically, what is a politics of love? I'm not sure if that question's alive for you, but I'd love to get your thoughts.
Well, okay. Politics, broadly speaking, is the arrangement and configurations and movements of people, organization, mediated, in my mind, mostly, well, first and foremost, by status anxiety. That is the invisible hand, in my view. that is politics status. Now, that status anxiety, when Lacan, for instance, says anxiety is fear of what the other thinks or not knowing what the other thinks. The reason that what the other thinks is of any consequence to us whatsoever to begin with is because the other has the power to begin a process of excommunication of your own membership to the group to which you belong. That is the primal, basic contention of membership itself, right? That's the contingency of membership. It's behaviorally modifying, and in that behavioral modification is politics. And how do we manipulate that behavioral modification while making us feel free? Well, you try and belong to a group that the parameters of which allow you to feel or seem to be in enough comportment with your intrinsic desires, as far as you can tell what they are, that you don't feel impinged by the basic behavioral modifications required to be a member of that given group. When I think about all of that in the context of a politics of love, mainly what I hear is propaganda. I hear the notion of acceptance, right? The notion that you can belong and be whatever you like to be, that there's a very flexible set of parameters of membership. And so that the experience of status anxiety, the experience of fearing that your membership is in jeopardy, which it always is. If I started really acting like an asshole right now, I'd get kicked out of this group, right? I'd be excommunicated from this podcast at the moment. So is there a way to sort of give a phenomenal sense of ease within the parameters that nevertheless are there, which nevertheless hang like a specter, threatening to excommunicate any of us from the group to which we belong if we do not comport with the tacit behavioral standards of that group? Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think I'm very interested in skipping straight to a politics of love without going through the basic fundamental requirements of belonging in the first place.
What does that mean? Skipping, and I just want to clarify that when you hear a politics of love about propaganda, are you talking about like like this is what you hear in the culture?
Well, I think rhetorically, right, because language is rhetoric, a politics of love immediately just, I don't know, stinks a little. So it wouldn't necessarily stink if it's arrived at through the process of understanding belonging in the first place and the requirements to social engagement. And if we really think that we can somehow modulate or transcend those requirements of belonging and manipulate and or massage inviting, that they inspire the feeling of love, maybe. For instance, empathy, oxytocin,
Your connection's messing up, Ebert.
One second. Let me try and reconnect. 1 second.
You're that's better.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. My internet connection is spotty. Can you hear me now?
Should be okay.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, where was I?
It seems like the core thing is this issue of belonging.
Well, no, it's the core issue is well, yes. So for instance, empathy, I was going to say. So I used to think that empathy was something that could make one sort of intertribally feel love, sort of a global belonging, that empathy would lend itself to detribalization, a sort of globalization of the feeling of belonging. But rather, empathy, if it is indeed mediated by oxytocin, is instead the feeling of an interiority, a feeling of a very firm sense of boundary within which you are loved. So the womb or the tribe firmly delineated. The mother, and this has been borne out in research where they measure levels of oxytocin and its congruency with feelings of love for external members of, and its relation to xenophobia. And actually, it's positively correlated to xenophobia, empathy is. So the more empathy you have, the more likely you are to be xenophobic. So within the bounds of a given tribe and membership, there can be a politics of love, but it's only circumscribed to the group to which you belong. It would not necessarily apply that feeling of love external to the group to which you belong.
I mean,
and in fact, I would say the more that politics of love is concentrated within the boundaries of a given belonging, so like a given tribe, you really feel like you belong and you feel so much love and safe within that those boundaries, the more xenophobic you are likely to be of anything external to that boundary. So is that a politics of love? I don't know.
May I bump in?
Yeah, jump in, Thomas.
Yeah, maybe it's not about feeling love. Maybe it's not about this, warm feeling. Maybe that's not what Dimitri is referring to. But it's basically just like, agreeing not to scapegoat somebody. You don't have to love that person. You don't have to kind of go into the empathy and the oxytocin. It's basically just deciding, well, a certain form of scapegoating, a certain form of blaming is not part of our politics. And I think that the Romans had a very interesting. They had two words for enemies. So I think that they had something like inimicus and hostis or something like that. I might get it wrong. And one of the two meant an enemy that was basically just a factual enemy. We have some kind of, it's almost like a business issue. You're very objective about it. You have a problem with somebody, but it's not personal. And then the other word actually referred to this very personal hatred that you can have towards an enemy. And I think that the first one is constructive and the other one is destructive. And that doesn't really relate to feelings of big oxytocin surges and feeling of warm love. It's basically a decision that you don't go into this personal hatred and this personal scapegoating. And we see that now, of course, everywhere in the digital world, right? I mean, it's like scapegoating by TikTok, right? I'm not going to go into the current specifics of the political situation, but this is an era of scapegoating, and that's I think very different from the politics of love.
I have I'd like to jump in if that's okay. And thanks, Cadell, for arranging this. And I really appreciate it. It's great to see all of you misfits together. Equality breeds rivalry, said Gerard, and I'm going to be more Gerardian than Thomas. That's my goal for 2024. Thomas, watch yourself. The thing is, and this blew my mind, right? And this is from Deceit, Desire in the novel. And I think it's so pertinent to what we talk about. At some point in this book, Gerard says that the problem of the ancient French aristocracy before the revolution, or rather, just after the revolution, was that at some point they were caught defending their God-given privilege to be aristocratic. Why do you have so many rights, Mr. Aristocrat? Because I'm a fucking aristocrat. Shut up. It's like writing a book and quoting the fact that you saw this on a dream, right? It's a right. It's a God-given right. I am of a different category than you. Therefore, of course, I can do things like these. I can universalize thoughts. I am an aristocrat. The beginning of their downfall was the moment when they were forced to debate on an equal footing with everybody else in the society, like the bourgeois. And this is where we get into the Americanism, where I think, Ebert, you argue politics from. But I think I'd like to posit this before and after, because, Gerard, and I think he even draws this from Proust, because this is a whole book about Proust and Dostoevsky. And Gerard says, the moment that the French aristocracy started to answer questions in the parliament, because, by the way, there was the aristocratic party. They were represented in the parliament just like everybody else. They were equal. The moment they began to answer questions like, hey, Mr. Aristocrat, why do you have so many rights? Do you really deserve all those palaces? And they started to answer the questions like, oh, no, we deserve these rights too. Look, we wake up early. We work really hard. We're really smart and competent. That was the beginning of their downfall. According to Girard, this is because what they did was effectively demolish their status as being external mediators. They became equals. Equals are rivals. Just look at any democratic country where there is no sort of, one thing is a child towards a parent, or a medieval peasant towards their feudal lord, towards the Pope, right? They are different than me. It doesn't really matter if they're richer, wealthier, have more than me. The politics apply differently. That is, in fact, the sort of a much more sacred politics, because there's a great limit there. And I think that when we enter democracy, what happens is what Girard calls deviated transcendency. In other words, instead of looking at the person who lives above us in the hierarchy like an aristocrat in the old days, or to God as, this is the true hierarchy, we live according to this, that's our politics, we start to look at our neighbor with envious eyes. What does he have that I don't? We're all equal in the eyes of God, right? So what does this motherfucker have, a Ferrari, and I'm still like grinding? This is unfair, and we call for redistribution. We go through all of these weird cycles. And to me, it's quite evident. And to wrap up, I want to read a little bit from Girard on The Seat Desire, the novel. And this is Girard analyzing Proust's work, especially when Proust speaks about the distinction between Cambrai, which is one community, and the Salon, which is another community. And these are the parallels that he draws. The distance between Cambrai and the life of the Salon is not the distance separating true from false gods, nor is it the distance that separates a pious and useful lie from the cold, hard truth. Dmitri, like Zizek's, the one behind the veil. Nor can we agree with Heidegger that the gods have withdrawn. I think this is a magical one. The gods haven't withdrawn. What he says is the gods are nearer than ever. And here the divergence between neo-romantic thoughts and novelistic genius becomes absolutely clear. Neo-romantic thinkers loudly denounce the artificial character of a cult, confined to accepting values and faded idols in a bourgeois universe. Proud of their perceptiveness, these thinkers never go beyond their first observations. They believe that the source of the sacred has simply dried up. They never stop to wonder what might be hidden behind middle-class hypocrisy. Only the novelist, and here this character of the novelist is quite interesting, looks behind the deceptive mask of the official cult and finds the hidden gods of internal mediation. Proust and Dostoevsky do not define our universe by an absence of the sacred, as do the philosophers, but by the perversion and corruption of the sacred, which gradually poisons the sources of life. So I want to drop it there, and I want to say that the gods haven't withdrawn. They're closer than ever, precisely because they are not distant and they're very close. And I'm the son of God, and you're the son of God, and we're healed together. That's where the politics becomes rivalry and becomes poisoned. And that's where we enter this sort of downward spiraling feedback loop, which I think characterizes the West today. And I'm very pessimistic about that today.
Yeah, I just want to affirm what you said at the beginning, that how did you word it? Equality breeds envy. This is actually similar to Zizek's formulation when he answered the question, what's going to be the biggest problem in communism? He said it's going to be envy. And that's, of course, communism is this kind of direction towards equality in some sense, right? So to circle it back to what I said before, the neurotic surely is deceived, but it's more interesting to see what his intentions are with his speech. in who he is trying to deceive. And we have to connect to this something else that Lacan said, which is that the main function of speech is not to communicate information, but is to evoke. So it's speech deceives, and it uses evocation to deceive, and that's where these dynamics of envy and equality and play out. So that's present in any kind of communication.
It is a form of interpolation, as you say, Althusser says, right? It inscribes you in a form of metaphysical desire triangulation.
So I think then the politics of love, to me, would be this this kind of Žižekian hysterical questioning that still puts forward the spirit of communism, taking into account what Girard says and what Girard basically exposes with envy.
Why communism?
Well, for Zizek,
I mean, it hasn't really. I mean, I don't want to be a Jordan Peterson, but I mean, it hasn't worked very well.
Let's first like Thomas. Thomas, I want you to expand on this. I want you to expand on this, and Dimitri as well. But I think first though we should divest any of the notions that we have attached to the history of communism, and I think what we're trying to point towards is some sort of more communal ethos, as opposed to an individual ethos. Because if we get caught in what everyone personally identifies with the history of communism, we're going to spin around in circles. Are you okay with that, Thomas?
Yeah, as long as I'm not put under the umbrella of communism, I have nothing to do with communism. I mean, communism, hello?
There's even the opposite, right? Which is the beautiful idea, Girard, like this inverse law of, you know, the more hierarchical a society is, according to Girard, the more organized its desire is, the more compartmentalized it is, the more external the mediation is, the less communist it is, and the more peaceful it is. Whereas when you put everybody becoming the mediator for everybody else in the same category with no hierarchies, just the whole world living as one, just like John Lennon said, the unintended consequence of that, or perhaps the intended consequence, but a part of certain architects, if they're as crafty as I imagine them to be, the unintended consequence of that is, you know, rivalry. It's 2 + 2, right? Put everybody together, tell everybody has the same sort of starting point. And then every distance that exists from then on, you cannot attribute it to, you know, God made me different than you, so you have that. No, differences are attributed to malevolence, to undue privilege, to corruption, and then, you know, you get to take matters into your own hands, and then violence emerges. So as soon as you sort of break the dam of, you know, break this limit between external mediation, a mediator that is out there really distant, and you bring that mediator really close, like it's your neighbor, it's not the king, or it's your colleague at school, it's not the Pope, it's not God, then you have the recipe to, you know, to the escalation of violence and the unfolding of the political towards violence. Why? Because you don't have a transcendental mediator who's able to contain that violence. It's to me, it's very simple.
Yeah. I think maybe if we start thinking about maybe this question of theology from another angle, it might help us think through some of the questions we are trying to, you know, struggle with in that sense and think through in that sense. Theology is not just a question of God, something which emerges alongside it. It's also a question of threshold and potentialities. You know, it's a question of, as long as there is an outside that we can breathe, as long as there are thresholds within which we have to traverse, there would always be a theological dimension to, you know, our public life. Modern state in many ways is aligned towards, in some senses, breaking these thresholds away from each other in that sense. That these thresholds should not come in contact with each other. The violence that sort of emerges from and has to be managed within these thresholds should remain sort of separated and probably never touch each other in that sense. Politics fundamentally lies on the other side of this problem. Politics is about a form of opening, a form of a space where these thresholds would collide with each other in that sense. And I think Gerard is one thinker which actually saw that problem very clearly, that this question of sacredness, this question of theology was not simply a question of in that sense God for him. It was a question of violence for him, precisely in that it was sort of linked to its roots in problems of managing violence, community building, and so on and so forth. I think that's one of the major issues with thinking about this. And maybe if you think about love, and I think Ebert has a point that once questions of, say, empathy, love starts entering politics as certain kinds of virtues, we know, at least from psychoanalysis, that there is great ambivalence in these terminologies. They can always become their own other in that sense, and there is that threat. But there is also, I think, this love as something that structures this ambivalence itself. Love as something that actually opens us towards the world rather than, in some senses, turns us away from it. How do we understand? Is this ambivalence simply something that devours love, or is love something that can be sustained within this ambivalence? Then that's the question we think about. And once we start thinking about politics of love, we are thinking about certain kind of politics that remains, in some senses, open to, as Hannah Arendt would say, that is committed to the public sphere in that sense. That is committed to a form of sphere, which is symbolically anchored, which is anchored in speech. If there is a sphere which is anchored in speech, which always sort of becomes the point through which society will anchor itself and organize itself, rather than simply resorting to violence, in that sense, rather than having this complete escape into violence, and which is what we are seeing happen to more and more in modern state, that as it's anchoring in any kind of symbolic thing is coming off, any symbolic anchor is coming off for modern state, and especially late capitalism, this route towards violence is becoming more and more, in some senses, fictionless, more and more free for us. And at some level, when we want to start finding some kind of symbolic identification back, and I don't think the symbolic identification will be as simple as going back to old laws and old customs and old values. I don't think those exist. There has to be some very particular identification that has to emerge, which we do not know what those contours would be. But whatever those symbolic anchoring would be, has to, in some senses, start from being open towards these different thresholds of life and potentialities. And I'm not sure what that opening would lie and what those convictions would be, but they would definitely involve reclaiming theology in the public sphere, reclaiming the problem of theology, which state completely sort of gave up upon in that sense, as something that has to be privately dealt with. That problem has to be reclaimed in some senses. At least that's what my sense is. I'm not sure.
It's fantastic. And I want to stay on this theme, but also mindful of the order. So David and Philip, do you want to jump in here?
Sure. And hi, everyone. I haven't gotten the chance yet to say that, but I want to start talking about theopolitics and this God-shaped hole we mentioned earlier, and being post the new atheists, and hopefully that will end up in some sort of addition to this politics of love. So the God-shaped hole, I don't know if that's the case really. I think in order to talk about theopolitics and God, we should start from the assumption that religion is the counterweight to alienation, that religion is belonging and alienation is not belonging. And that is not a theoretical problem. It's a practical problem. So I'm not sure that we have as much a God-shaped hole as we have a congregation-shaped hole, a temple-shaped hole, or a ritual-shaped hole. I want to stay with this thought of the congregation, because I think that is what is really missing. It's a place with a place for connection outside techno-capitalism. And that is also where I think a politics of love has to start. It has to start in a grassroots movement. We can't talk about a politics of love from a top-down perspective, because then we're in the realm of totalitarianism and propaganda and all that. So I guess what I'm aiming for here is not communism, but actually looking to what made social democracy quite good, or what social democracy did well. And that was actually to facilitate these meeting spots in your local community, where you went every week and actually cared for something and cared for the community there. That was the congregation in a way. And that's something that was completely dismantled throughout the 80s in Sweden, that we can see some remnants of today, but it's not there. But I think that is what must ultimately be built, and that is the politics of love. The politics of love has to start at the grassroots level. Otherwise, we're just deceiving ourselves. And then we can talk about what sort of love is necessary here. And love is messy, and love hurts, and everything. And love just is, and we don't get away from it. But one place to start is, I think, splitting up love into different sorts of love and talking about what are the sorts of love that we should do politics about, and what are the sorts of love we should leave out. So let's take, for example, the Greek definitions of love. You have eros, you have storge, you have philia, you have agape, and then some people would add a fifth dimension of self-love, which I think is very important. But where I see, of course, any politics touches on all of them, because politics involves all of us, and all of our lives, especially techno-capitalism, this fusing of markets and algorithms that we have with us everywhere. But I think a good start for a politics of love is talking about philia, the friendly love, that level, and leave, the peak experiences and eros and agape out of it for now. And also getting back to actually love of the neighbor, and the neighbor as someone who's not in the same political party as you, but someone who actually lives close to you, and start making meeting places for people in your close vicinity. And of course, if we return to the God-shaped hole for a while here, it's not going to get any easier now when psychedelics are hitting the mainstream, right? So this is just going to get even messier. And then we won't end up with just a practical problem, but the theoretical metaphysical problem will become a lot more complicated as well. When people are having vast ranges of psychedelic experiences all the time. And there seem to be a lot more varieties of psychedelic experiences than what we're usually confronted with in psychedelic science. And that is a field in itself that's opened up. So, yeah, those are my comments for now.
May I
Max?
jump in real quick? Because I gotta go soon.
Yeah, Ebert, jump in, because I know you got to leave, and then we'll go to Max.
Great comments, everyone. I think that though I'd like to propose this provocation: love, congregation, locality, all these things. We're talking about difference, actually. Also, what we're really talking about are boundaries and difference. So this speaks to the idea of a congregation. What is it? It is a boundaried group, usually about Dunbar's cap, no more, right? When Frege is talking about the dissolution of the hierarchy of the caste system, when feudalism meets capitalism, we're talking about the dissolution of difference. Did I disappear here? You guys still there?
No, I'm putting you on the I'm just testing out you as the center image.
So anyway, so we're talking about when we talk about congregations, we're talking about boundaried groupings. When we're talking about the divisions between caste systems or the dissolution of feudalism, we're talking about the dissolution of boundaries. When we're talking about the politics of love and everything I was saying before about the womb, right? Or about feeling safe within a certain grouping, the group to which you belong. We're talking again about boundaries. We're talking about difference. So really, if I may borrow a hasty phrase, the politics of love is a politics of separation, maybe even separate but equal. Now, I say that if anyone's watching and is aware of the American history of separate but equal, that sounds pretty awful. And I might think that actually a politics of love is awful. I'm not sure. But a politics that we're discussing today is a politics of difference. Forming groups, forming congregations, these starting locally. All of these things are about creating a boundaried grouping. And I really want this group to not gloss over the boundary itself, because the boundary is the very thing that mediates the congregation and prevents the congregation in a very physical, and I mean physics way, from dissolving or dissipating in a very entropic sense into the masses, and the loss of that identity and the fear that comes with equality, right? The sudden envy that sparks up when suddenly those boundaries dissolve and suddenly you don't know where you are, you don't know who you are, right? Now, speaking honestly, I don't seem to need boundaries, an identity that coheres with a given boundary grouping. Personally, I don't need religion. I don't personally feel that I need those things, right? But I do recognize that it seems that most of humanity does seem to need a wall. Build a wall, for instance, would make all the Republicans in America feel safer and actually, ironically, behave more liberally. They've actually done studies about this. The amygdala relaxes when the person, the subject, feels boundaried, feels that solid state of boundaried, wombish interiority. And again, this is about feeling and sense of interiority. What do you need for interior? You need a boundary. You need an exterior that is delineated by a boundary from the interior, an interior that feels safe from that exterior. That's a congregation. It's not a congregation anymore if you don't have that boundary and you don't have a really firm sense of membership and belonging, which all comes back again to difference. So if difference is involved in a politics of love, now we're starting to deal with something that's actually philosophically rich, because there is an obvious contradiction, right? And yeah, I guess I just wanted to leave it at that.
All right, Max, you're up.
Does Chitan want to respond, and then I can go after him?
Okay, yeah, Chitan, go for it.
Max, if you want to go first,
Go, Chitan. You have a direct point.
Yeah, I was just making this case that I think what Ebert is saying about boundaries is very important in that sense, that boundaries, far from completely in some sense separating us from the other, actually gives us the right distance vis-a-vis the other, and that's very important to if at least create or construct any politics of love. I think the problem that we are facing, especially in the example of the wall, is that we do not have the right access to any right set of boundaries anymore. In that sense, in psychoanalytic terms, we can say we do not have a safe distance from big other anymore. In that sense, the access to the neurotic structure where this safe distance with the big other emerges, I think is becoming more and more difficult in modern politics, especially in late capitalism. So the problem is not that we can simply reconstruct the boundaries because the earlier boundaries are not there. I think boundaries themselves are a symptom that would emerge from finding ourselves in some symbolic domain. So it's more like if a person with a psychotic structure walks into a psychoanalytic clinic, and we try and construct those boundaries for the psychotic structure, that would completely fail every time for very particular reasons. Boundaries would emerge as part of the clinical process of some kind of anchoring. I think boundaries are a symptom that we need to think about because we don't have any symbolic anchoring left. And how do we think through that question in that sense? Yeah.
Max?
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. Actually, let me see. I'd like to see everybody other than my beautiful face, if that's okay. I'm currently doing research on Book 1, Republic by Plato. And at the very start of the book, you have Thrasymachus who comes in and basically challenges Socrates. And he says, what does he say? I put it up here. Let me just pull this up. He basically says, what is just is nothing else but the advantage of the stronger. And this is the challenge that Plato and Socrates basically have to answer in the Republic. And what I see from Book 1 is basically Plato putting two paradigms or approaches to the world in reality, in politics, metaphysics, and everything. And basically what it is that you have on one side the philosopher, and on another side you have the political rulers or the sophists. The philosophers and the politicians are related, but they're distinct realms because they desire different ends. The politician is about power and the philosopher is about truth. So in this conversation, we've seen Chitan talking about we have to be open, the distinction between Girardian love or Christian love and Nietzschean violence. And then as Ebert was talking about status and then Dimitri's idea of love. What I see in Thrasymachus is this sort of, well, why do we need philosophy? I'm a politician. I don't care about philosophy. I just want power. I just want to dominate and subjugate groups within the political realm so that they can be instrumentalized to my ends. Basically, that war is the educator, strife is the educator. And then in contrast to that, Socrates is saying, well, no, I think that if you are going to be a philosopher king of a polis, you should try to foster harmony between groups. So the question that we have in our time is that I think that Thrasymachus is like Faustian man. He's this technic, standing reserve, limitless, as Plato would say, pleonectic, constant manipulation of anything and everything, that then they get dissolved. And how can you have genuine boundaries in this sense? So that's my thoughts.
I feel like this is an extremely, like I said, I think this is an extremely timely conversation. Yeah, Frege, go for it.
Just a small point here, just to make it even more complex, and this is very present to me and to the last things I've been thinking about, which is what makes it even harder is not just sort of the dichotomy in and of itself of, say, the will of the strong, and then the notion that there's perhaps a just and loving way to do things, but also the way in which dissimulating or pretending to have a politics of love is in itself a politics of the strong, right? That's the sort of the negation of that negation, because so often we find situations in which those situations, I find them in politics, in reading about the occult and theosophy and philosophy, and there's so much, like, I've spotted this desire strategy very often, the strategy of purporting to defend love while so as to deceive, so as to advance your own dissimulated interests of power. And I think that just opens up yet another huge field of potential manipulation. And that's the problem and my internal struggle with the politics of love. Because in the politics of love, for me, it's Jesus, right? I'm not going to sort of elaborate too much on that, but Jesus had an answer to this politics of love thy neighbor, turn the other cheek, stop the escalation of romantic rivalry. Okay. But then you could also read this in the Nietzschean way, and I'm just doing the parallel to the threefold structure that I introduced in the beginning of my statement. So again, sorry, just to repeat, to catch my thoughts again. Jesus had a politics of love, turn the other cheek. Critiques of Jesus say that he is the morality of the slave, and he puts an impossible demand on us. Turn the other cheek, be unsinful, remove completely your will to power, if I understand him correctly. And in a good day, this opens a space where society is able to create institutions that have forgiveness at their core, and equality at their core, and the equality of men at their core, and that's a good thing. But on the negative space, what this creates is a population that is prey to being manipulated with rhetoric around politics of love, and that's really present for me right now. And I don't know how to solve it, and I like to perhaps ask you guys what you think of it. I know, Dimitri, you had a comment on that one statement of Jesus, that he came in to bring the sword. I don't know what to make of that so much, but what do we think about the situations where a politics of love is the very means for a politics of power?
Sweeney, I think you're up next.
Yeah, okay. Just some thoughts as people have been speaking. I think that Dimitri, is correct to go in the direction of the politics of love, but we have to be very careful about what that means. In terms of Ivan Illich, love of the stranger, if that is false, if that happens in the false consciousness, then that's the biggest aberration. It's a simulacrum of actual love. So what do we mean by the politics of love? And I want to go back to Gurdjieff. If Thomas is going to be a Girardian, and I would like to be a Gurdjieffian in this moment, and that means to destroy all of our sort of mentations or superficial or reified notions of what that is. That is the first thing, and that is the crucifixion, I would say. And then the second part is after the crucifixion, after we've gotten rid of the old, then what comes next is, it has to be the politics of love. But what is that? And I've been thinking about this idea of feudalistic capitalism. What's it called? Techno-feudalism versus, let's say, techno-socialism. And I was thinking of those two things, and I was thinking the danger is that if we go back into whatever was old, what was a form that is unadaptive, and that is old, and that is broken. So this is why I cling again to just spiritual practices, very hard spiritual practices, the hard way, as Gurdjieff would put it, to break out of all those mentations, so that we can reach some kind of let's say a pure state of pure is a very loaded term, but a state where where these things are not merely on the conceptual level, where they're lived in all three brains, as Gurdjieff would put it, in the mind, the body, and the spirit. Or we could go back to the Trinity again if you like. So that's just some thoughts and considerations, and try to explain why I came in so strongly with Gurdjieff, because I'm looking at what is underneath all of our concepts, more than the concepts themselves.
All right, so here at this point we have to mention Luke 14:26. I will read. If any man, this is Jesus Christ speaking, if any man come to me and hate not his father and mother, and wife and children, and brethren and sisters, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. what this means is that Jesus Christ doesn't believe in the notion of self-love. Jesus Christ believes in the notion of self-hatred, but not only self-hatred, also hatred of familial bonds. In what? In the name of love. So, as Fraga just mentioned, Jesus Christ also is the one who brings the sword. He brings that that difference. So what's happening here? What's happening here? You know, it's kind of wild. It's kind of mad, and I think it has to do a lot with the fact that if you really take the Bible seriously and read it on its own terms, it's very evident that it's a godless book. It's really ruthless. You know, sometimes those new atheist types have notions of the Bible as this book of dreams that feel nice, that people become religious because, oh, finally I find my solace in religion. I can put it up against my alienation, like Philip mentioned. And I think this is exactly not what is the case with the Christian religion and with Jesus Christ. So not to get confused, we should also draw a distinction here between ethics and politics. Because when I'm talking about a politics of love, I'm talking about the etymologically, you know, the politics comes from polis, which is the rule of the city, or like higher types of organizations. We can talk about the ethics of love too. This would be more related to the direct neighbor in your vicinity, to which you, of course, have to establish a certain type of distance. But to go back to Jesus Christ proclaiming the need to hate the ones in your familiar bonds, yourself and others. This is really something radical about the Christian religion that I don't really believe came before in civilization, since it established a congregation or a space where there would be an exclusion from both the state and the family. Now, of course, later on, with the Enlightenment and modernity, we get the phenomenon of civil society, which we, of course, owe to Christianity, and we can see Enlightenment and the modernity itself as outgrowths of Protestantism. That's the only coherent way to view that anyhow. So yeah, I would like to add that. Chetan, please go ahead.
We're gonna go David and Philip, and then Chetan.
Okay, so yeah, Dimitri, I totally agree about the Bible being a very grim book, and that a lot of it's about alienation, but it's also about fighting that alienation. What it is basically 4 accounts, the New Testament, that is, 4 accounts of these spectacular and tragic events. Then it's letters to congregations, and then it's an acid trip by the end of it, you know. But it's and the congregation does have to have a boundary, and that boundary enables a certain behavior that is different outside the boundary. But also, and that means that being part of that congregation, you have to uphold a certain standard, a virtue, a challenge, and to basically use what the Christianity that Zizek uses in The Fragile Absolute, which I hear a lot in what you're saying. You know, what Christianity basically says in that book, as far as I'm concerned, is that, you know, the Son is dead, the Father is not here anymore. What we're left with is the Holy Spirit and its absence. And then we know the battle is to keep up the Holy Spirit. And, you know, as Jesus say in the Bible and everything, you know, wherever you meet, you know, I am there, the Holy Spirit is there. So that is the practical problem. How do we gather in Holy Spirit today in our technological moment? And yeah, boundaries are important because the world we're living is seemingly boundaryless. And we have everything is available, but yet everything is at a distance. And this is like the modern techno capitalist malaise, let's say. So that is the what I think is like the real political project, is to create congregations and practices. And I don't think they are dependent on sharing a belief, but rather sharing a metaphysical belief, and everyone being on board of that, a certain notion of God or anything like that, but rather people going to the same place and carrying out the practice, and the practice itself is the goal, and that is to gather, let's say, in Holy Spirit. Yeah, David.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in as well. I mean, to me, this is also a very practical question right now. If how do I engage in creative projects with other people? Like, how do I cooperate with other people? How do I maintain boundaries within, trying to do things with other people? And that's, to bring back Gerard here, that's also like where these things, like if you don't have a clear delineation of roles, for example, if you're too similar in a group and you sort of compete for the same roles, that's gonna end up with a lot of resentment and violence, probably. So I mean, this is also very like practical everyday stuff. Like, how do I put myself in a situation where I can cooperate with others? Like, what kind of practices do I need to do daily in order to sort of clear myself of that resentment in order to actually engage in cooperation, and in order to build the congregation, basically.
I want to just hijack before, because me and David are one person anyway in this meeting, so I'll just and I think like one technique that is really powerful here is knowing how to have good dinners, sitting down and sharing a bottle of wine and a meal, and perhaps say grace before, something like that. I saw the movie about Mary Magdalene, where Joaquin Phoenix is Jesus and everything. It's quite all right movie. And I realized that I think the most important scene in the New Testament is the Last Supper, because Judas has done his stuff. Mary Magdalene was the only one who saw it. Jesus know how this is going to go down, but still they sit there together and break the bread and everything. And I think the first step to building some sort of congregation or family, a home, let's say, is to have good dinners and to master that technique, really. That's it. Okay, next person.
Yeah, or Chitan, do you want to go?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I think Christianity actually is a very interesting religion, because I think Hannah Arendt has a very interesting sort of story of Christianity, and you don't have to accept the story, but the story itself is interesting, even if you don't believe in it. It's one of those stories. She says that if Plato brought in this break between this world and the other world, in that sense, this idealization of forms and so on and so forth, and then Christianity becomes the religion in that sense that sustained, in some senses, a religious experience without this access to the other world. That's the story she's bringing in that sense. That is why transition to capitalism from Christianity was possible, which is like Christianity is a very contested religion also, because on one side it becomes a way out of capitalism in some senses. They reject the writings. On the other side, if you read, say, Weber, Foucault, you also realize that Christianity has this very close connection with the capitalist subject. And and I think that religious experience lies closest to us in today's time. It's not like other religions are not true and so on and so forth, but there is something about the Christian religious experience that remains still accessible to us, even when certain kinds of symbolic anchoring are completely lost for us in that sense, which aren't just sort of hinting towards. And that's one point. The other, I think, becomes that if we are entering into a world, and traditionally in psychoanalysis we know neurosis is a way through which society domesticates the subject in some senses. In that sense, neurotics is the closest to what in some senses society finds functioning within the space of customs, laws, rules, and so on and so forth. And if our access to that kind of subjectivity is getting more and more thin or lost, and as Ebert was saying, boundaries are becoming more and more difficult, in that sense. So today's sort of call for boundaries should not be simply read as a certain kind of reclaiming of the neurotic structure. It's also form of a response, a symptom where people are feeling boundaryless, and more external boundaries will not fill that gap, fill that void that they're experiencing in their lives, because life is in some senses already moving outside of life, as say Stigler would say it. Then if that neurotic structure is getting more and more difficult to access for society in that sense, and if what we are getting is different forms of negation, either through psychosis or through perversion, then we can have a discussion which one and how we are thinking about it. Then the religious experience that still remains accessible within that loss remains Christianity to in some senses, at least in the dominant capitalist thinking. And the question becomes that how do we, in some senses, how should I put it? How do we think about a form of symbolic anchoring that can be possible from this experience? In some ways, that can religion itself, where religion was in some senses earlier thought as an escape from the symbolic, it was always thought of the other of the symbolic in that sense. Can theology now become something through which symbolic can be anchored, at least when other forms of anchor are completely unavailable to us? What is it about theology that that politics is starting to reclaim it in some senses? And it's not only happening in, as we know, within certain particular circles of philosophy. It's happening in practice on the ground, where politics is trying to reclaim the theological ground for its own anchoring. And how do we think through that? Yeah.
Well, I think your line of questioning is fantastic, and I wouldn't really dare to try to give an answer on it. I can say a few things on religion and alienation again. So it's not just that the Bible or the Christian religion are about ways to deal with alienation. Jesus Christ himself symbolizes alienation in the most radical way. That's the point of its symbol, the alienation that Jesus Christ, especially the crucifixion, has to God. So, of course, we just had Christmas, and I don't know about you guys, but I went to a church sermon. I always do that on Christmas, and I see that the preacher can point out a lot of truths. It was a Calvinist sermon that I went to, but still, I don't think that. Yeah, do we really want to build congregation? What does that really mean? Do we want to build religion? I think your line of questioning, Chitan, is very relevant to this because, like, the way you put it, I cannot really reproduce it, but it's about like what are the means available to us, and can religion move away from this naive imaginary capture that you see so often with religious types. And since we're talking about theopolitics and reflecting back and looking forward, I believe here we should also draw the distinction between like leftist progressivist politics and woke, and then on the other hand, this desire to return to archaic forms of Christianity, for example, like Orthodox Christianity, or you can see it in many different forms, this return to some lost identity that's desired to be reclaimed. Now, I'm not sure if we really should return to Christianity. I don't really know what that would mean and if that's desirable. I definitely think it's senseless to occupy yourself with philosophy or even like analysis of civilization if you don't take Christianity seriously as a force of spirit or of nature. But yeah, like what is relevant to this conversation is the is capitalism too, and we are all way too familiar with the term consumption society. You know, we live in a consumption society, this and that. Instead, the true analysis of capital, and you can see capitalists themselves talk about it in this way, is that capitalism is anal. It's anal. Capitalism right now, current day capitalism, means stuffing things up your butt continuously, never stopping. Like, if you look at the rhetoric of like billionaires, what do they do it for? Well, they just keep accumulating their capital and compete with other billionaires to get on top. This is an anal symptom. It's the vice of thrift itself. It's not excessive expenditure. Now, of course, the repressed returns, so then you can have your thrift alongside with your consumption, and we can see this in many different types of commodities. For example, you know, when you see the toothpaste and it says that you get 20% for free, so you get to save up and also consume more at the same time. It's a very pervasive phenomenon right now. But Christmas, as a yeah, I would also like to talk about Christmas in the vein of theopolitics, and perhaps also the family and psychoanalysis outside of the clinic, since Christmas itself is a party where we have this excessive expenditure. You know, for me personally, like, I ate way too much, I drank too much, I slept too much, I socialized a lot. So that's yeah, there's definitely an importance to such a type of ritual. I'll stop it there.
Max?
Yes, some very interesting thoughts. Can I see everybody's face? I don't know if that's your settings. Okay, perfect. Yeah, some interesting thoughts. Look, in my spirit, I agree. I think virtue signaling and being in touch with the real is the best way to have an authentic philosophy of love. But why should I go down this route of the politics of love? How's it going to benefit me? What is, if people who are unjust get the benefit in this life, why not just accelerate and take the side of capital, as Land would say? Is this not just our parochial anthropocentric complaining? Is not our role to allow something beautiful to come out of technology? And this is related to Girard and Thomas's conception, Dimitri's conception of political love, the congregation in regards to Philip, what he was saying, and then Chetan and Anne's anchoring. I mean, I'll play the devil's advocate and take Land's side.
Yes, I seem to be in focus. Can you bring back the panorama view? So Max, you said you had a question. I didn't quite hear it.
Why take the side of love? Why take the Girardian warning seriously?
Well, that's a very good question. And so, I mean, this politics of love, this isn't it's a wrong name for the concept, right? It sounds like a bunch of hippies. The politics of love, you go all cringe, right? Ugh. So the problem with not going, not avoiding scapegoating, because that's basically what it is, right? It's not going take the path of love, because then you immediately go into, oh, I need to love my enemies and feel empathy for them and have warm feelings for them and stuff like that. That's not the point. That's impossible. You can't do that. But you have to avoid the scapegoating people. You have to avoid believing that somebody is absolutely guilty. And why do you need to do that? Well, there are two reasons for that. First of all, it will make you go insane. You will go into psychosis. This is what happened with Nietzsche. If you want to know what happened to Nietzsche, then read the Antichrist and also read his stuff about Wagner. He's just sliding into deep psychosis and insanity because he goes deeply into scapegoating and he destroys himself. Can you please go back to the panorama view, Khalil? Thank you. Okay, so that's one thing. And the second thing is that if you don't destroy yourself, then you're going to destroy somebody else. Then you're going to blame the Muslims or the Christians or the Palestinians or the Jews, and you're going to believe that they are 100% guilty because they're evil. And then you probably will destroy others and yourself. So that is the real issue here. So it's not so much about feeling love for everybody else. It's avoiding this really deep-seated stupidity that comes with archaic religion, and the archaic religion is basically built upon scapegoating. So that's basically why. And apart from that, so the whole discussion about communism that goes a bit. I mean, I don't really know what to make of that. I mean, communism has tried so many times, and so I fail to see what the new element here is that people bring to the table, and in what sense they're going to replace a capitalist system, which seems to be working quite well, right? I mean, everybody wants to be in capitalist countries. Is it because other countries are not doing so well, and it's because the evil capitalists are responsible for that, or what's going on here? So just to throw some new fire fuel on the fire. Did that answer your question, Max?
It did, but
okay,
thank you for that.
You're going like that.
But
So
I'm not really happy with the Girardian answer. I don't know as much about Girard as you do. I did my thesis on Girard and Nietzsche in college, and I left Girard feeling unhappy with his methodology. I felt there was a sort of reading people's lives and reading facts and stuff into his theory. So I'm not sold on the scapegoating mechanism at all.
Well, I think that this is the deeper issue here, right? So all of these questions that we are discussing now, like do we need communism? Do we need capitalism? What is the politics of love and stuff like that? So despite the terrible name, and that boils down to what's the structure of anthropology? Psychoanalysis says it all revolves around sexuality. Marx says it all revolves around economy and around property that somehow alienates you from your basic being, and then you have all these other types of anthropology, so that are competing with each other. You have Rousseau, for example, who says people are born fundamentally good, but then it's society that spoils them. So you have to decide kind of on what is the basic anthropology. And so I've kind of done my reading, Freud and Jung and Lacan and what have you, and I stumbled upon Girard, and that seems to me the most convincing anthropology. And that actually also with limitations, because we need Durkheim as well, because Durkheim also says there is the profane and there's the sacred, and these two are actually necessary to keep a society together. So my money is on Girard and Durkheim, and not so much on Marx. Too much economy, not so much on Freud, too much and Lacan, too much phallus and penis and sexuality, and I think that's kind of the core issue, right? What is our anthropology?
And I agree with you. I think to a degree I agree. Girard is extremely powerful. That's why I did my thesis on him. But I don't think it's an explanation for everything, and I think we have to be careful of reading scenarios or events into his theory, that we are falsifying his theory. The second point is Land, and I'm taking his position, I don't care. I don't care about anthropological or anthropocentric concerns. I am saying why? If I am taking the side of capital, I'm taking the side of techniques, why should I remain human? Why, if I want to Nietzsche asks the question in The Spoke Zarathustra, what are you free for? What are you trying to create? What if the technological singularity makes something absolutely beautiful that just blows
So
all of
that's
this
some
stuff
kind of
away?
techno-utopianism, basically. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like,
Well, it depends on what we
okay,
mean. It
is that
depends on.
what love is
I
about? Like,
don't. No.
technology comes
Let
and
me
it's
finish,
all good.
Thomas. Let me finish.
Oh my God.
Thomas, let me finish. I don't even have to agree with techno-utopianism. I can
Yeah.
die for something I want and believe in. It's not about, for me or Land, about going off into the sunset. We might be happy if something beautiful gets birthed out of complete tragic violence.
Oh dear, yeah, we got that old Nietzscheanism again. That brought us World War II. I mean, that's just what the Nazis were thinking. I mean, seriously,
You're
come
not
on, guys.
telling
I
me
mean,
why.
you wrote a thesis about Girard. I mean,
I'm challenging your anthropological assumptions, but tell me why I shouldn't be like that. How is the politics of love, or a Girardian perspective, why in not with ad hominems should I take that position? What does it benefit for me?
well, because you're going to, well, it's like, well, I mean, this is what all these ideologies do, from communism to Nazism to all kinds of other ideologies. We're going to the utopia, and on the way to get there, we have to break some eggs. And so you end up with a couple of million dead and no utopia. That's kind of like the oldest trick in the book. There is no utopia. I'm never going to get to a utopia. Forget it. That would be my answer.
All right, I'm gonna break this up and go to Jason. You're up, Jason.
Wow, after all that. Well, I think it kind of, this whole entire conversation seems to revolve around the question of, should we remove alienation, or can we remove alienation? And I think earlier the matter of new atheism was brought out, and if we return to our previous topic of theopolitics, is this removal? There's this impulse of removing this thing that was so important to us for millennia, as if we can just do it, such as. And I think that's kind of you're taking a view from nowhere, so to speak, when you do that. Now, to kind of respond to what Max said about the beautiful being burst out of this catastrophe. Can we say that something is beautiful and removed from our interaction with it? I don't know, Max. Do you want to answer me right on this, or?
So this is your
This is my radical anthropocentrism. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we aren't in a position to make that judgment claim.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that is what we give up. We relinquish that. We just say a sort of quietism on this question.
I think the issue around alienation. I do prefer this large view, by the way. I don't know. The issue surrounding alienation is that love is a kind of catastrophe in and of itself. I think Zizek said this. It's a monstrous thing. And it's a kind of paradox. And I think the impulse to remove this paradox is also a kind of spurious, move. Also a kind of view from nowhere. And that's where we, we have. I really love what Thomas said earlier, but this absolute guilt we have. Like I can judge something absolutely guilty. And that drives you crazy. I agree. And but if we maintain this paradox, I think if we reject, if we do not fall into this impulse to remove it, I think we can have a robust kind of sense of forgiveness. That's not mere kind of forgetting. That's not mere cultural amnesia. But seriously taking this further. I don't know. Any comment?
Max, did you want to respond to that, and then I'll go to Chitin?
Can you just talk about the amnesia point again, Jason?
Yeah. So, like, let's say if I have a few, from nowhere, and that is in order to maintain this. Let's say that there is an idea of freedom in the liberal sense, and we are taught that we're instead of truly accepting the other, we merely tolerate them, and then we enact this horrible revenge upon them because we have the correct idea of freedom. So I think amnesia here is to forget that this fails us over and over again. I need to develop this further. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No.
Should I forgive you? I'm gonna choose to forgive, but then I'm gonna take my distance and go to Chitin.
You can revenge later.
Can I also look at others? That would be yeah.
Yeah, we don't like that big deal.
There's much more there. You can see others. I think I wanted to sort of respond to Thomas's great question that if capitalism, everybody's happy in capitalism and communism has been this really bad experience so far, then why sort of talk about it again and again? What is that need that? But I think Max sort of threw a curveball there, and he brought in this question of technological singularity, and that's the more I think interesting something to start with. I think Max, one of the things, if we look at what you're saying, and I've not read Nick Land, so I don't sort of have any sort of claim over what he's saying. But if you look at this analysis, and I think this analysis is basically to go to the end of this process of exteriorization of life in some senses. Am I right? That what is happening when life is organizing itself outside of itself. That's what techne is. Technology in some senses is a certain exteriorization process which human beings have always participated in. Look at fire, look at writing. The earliest technological processes, isn't it? That where you're exteriorizing what is interior for it to be internalized back again. And slowly what technology started doing was it's blocked the re-internalization process. Now you could simply exteriorize something which cannot be re-internalized. That's what, say, Bernard Stiegler, any philosopher of technology would be writing about in that sense. And the threat is coming from not technology itself. Technology is very integral to who humans are. The threat is coming from that today technology is reaching a point where no re-interiorization is possible. And if you look at your claim about technological singularity, that claim essentially is that why do we need to re-internalize if this process is, if something beautiful can come from this process? Am I right? My only problem with this, and it is my not only maybe starting point of that major problem is you look at your diagnosis. This point that let's go to the end of this process. Let's in some senses completely give up upon the opposition and the friction that symbolic place comes from. That is what you're saying essentially. You're saying that the friction of the symbolic should be completely given up upon. And if you give up on the friction of symbolic, we know from psychoanalysis what you have is the imaginary order. So Nick Land's, in some senses, solution is this imaginary domain where we can have this frictionless idea. This is where this idea of beauty is coming from. Something beautiful will emerge from all that violence. That going to the end of that violence is a form of thinking that we do not want to engage with the opposition, the friction, and the resistances of the symbolic order. If you see it, that is what it is. That you don't need to do anything. In fact, you need to accelerate this process. Because acceleration would always demand higher speed. Higher speed will always again break from the symbolic. So symbolic slows things down. It slows the processes down. You can accelerate things in the imaginary order. No, I think that's the first. So this kind of accelerationism is actually is an affirmation of the escape from symbolic. I am personally not sure that if we let go of the symbolic frame altogether, how much of the human will be left? And what beauty, the beauty that you're talking about would not be beauty as we know it today. Even if it's beautiful, I'm not sure it would be beautiful. I'm not having any claim on those things. But even if it is very beautiful, let's accept it. It would be a beauty of something of which we have, which would be something which is other to life itself. It would not be only other to human. Human, I'm taking as the point of unconscious, where which is structured like a language as we know it. It would be other to life itself.
Yeah.
What is the nature of beauty of what is this fascination with this other to life that is emerging? And if you look at it, this is the psychotic break we are experiencing. This is this experience of jouissance in places that we should least we have no idea from where it is coming from. It's like John Nash seeing himself everywhere. So it's like now we are seeing ourselves in this technological singularity where we don't exist at all. It's a very narcissistic structure that is emerging, because we are seeing ourselves at a point where we aren't there in that sense. We are still seeing ourselves continued in that. And that's the first. If I have time, I may want to sort of talk a little bit about why communism is remain. I'm not a communist, Thomas. I completely agree with you, and it has failed across. And I'm more on the side of Hannah Arendt within that discussion. But I still agree with Zizek to the extent that communism remains in sense of certain contradiction that capitalism has always go through. And why is that problem in that sense? Communism should not be today read as something which is out there, which we have to become. That project is over. I think we all should accept it to be some degree in that sense. But communism as something which is a problem of commons, which is a problem of organizing politics, organizing commons outside the market. That problem, if you see, is becoming more and more important in capitalist countries themselves. Today, we want to organize global politics outside the market. We recognize there is a strong need to do that. That contradiction of capitalism, I don't think we are able to escape today in capitalist countries themselves. I'm not talking about China and these places which I'm talking about, say, the contemporary global order, which is structured around US and Europe and so on and so forth. We are not escaping the problem of capitalism to the extent that we are finding a great need with climate crisis, with internet, with all of these things, to find relationships outside the market domain, find a way to value things outside market. Again, that's a question of, again, symbolic and that some form of to that extent, communism becomes a ghost of capitalism. You can never be it. You can never be a communist in that sense of a communist country, but capitalism cannot escape this ghost which will always accompany it alongside itself, and it's something that we would have to confront with more honesty than simply this binary of capitalism and communism. I think they, in some sense, come together. Marx did not discover communism. Marx simply, I think, as Hannah Arendt saw it very nicely, Marx simply brought capitalism's own assumptions to its own conclusion. And we can have a longer discussion upon that. And communism is just that point of contradiction that always emerges when capitalism's own assumptions are activated to their own end. In that sense. Yeah. Thanks. Sorry for the longer talk.
I think that throughout this conversation, we've been missing something that, and I think that's for me what is at the basis of these unfortunate misunderstandings. I think we're touching upon all the interesting points and all the important points. I want to suggest something. I think we're missing this relationship between abstract laws and concretely following them in the world. Projects and execution, right? Execution or following laws. For example, the law that we must have more ritual or more sacred or more, whatever. in following these laws, there's always an implicit excess, an implicit unintended consequence, an integral accident in trying to follow these laws. Some might call it original sin. Doesn't matter, but I think that there's this is what fucks me up. And here's how. Here's an example. Although I could I could consciously say that my intentions are good. I want to do good in the world. I want to build a great world, and I want to get the best systems. Well, even in my tone of voice, I mean, can you not, it is very easy to imagine how someone with good intentions could also be an instrument of hatred or love, or the attempt to formulate and then execute a politics of love could be an instrument of hatred. It could be the premium instrument of hatred, for fuck's sake. Can it not? And the profane, which we know needs to be separated from the sacred and vice versa, and we need to figure out how these influences work and so on. And by all means, I think we should. And I'm very passionate about trying to discover the techniques of that. But the profane could be an instrument of the sacred, and the sacred as something that emerges from the profane, from sin, right? There was this 1666 Jewish rabbi who spoke about salvation from sin. Or, look at every single fucking Puritan in the United States in the last 200 years. They almost sin from excessively leaning towards salvation. Do they not? Or at least they make their sin more evident in how painfully they lean into it. So it's very tricky. And I think this trickery comes from this abstract failure that we're failing to sort of accommodate in our rhetoric and in this conversation. And I'll keep it at that. This failure to blend, the formulation of an abstract law and the concrete following of it in the world, and integrating that concrete following of it in the world into the lawmaking itself. And I think, Shaitan, that aligns a lot with what you were saying. I mean, symbolic crystallization on one hand, and then the imaginary as that which dissolves that. The principle of solvate coagulating in the occult comes to mind. Another opposition that comes to mind is, some say they want to stop acceleration so that we can save ourselves. Others say that we can only save ourselves through technological acceleration towards singularity. Max, if I'm going to answer the very interesting question you asked a while ago, is, we are free. We can do this. Then what for? And I think this all comes down to the inherently sinful nature of being in the world, and the fact that this world is run by Satan, if I'm allowed, dear colleagues, to use this religious metaphor. And I'll be very quick to finish this off, which is the idea that no matter how good we are and how much we want to sort of architect our systems of salvation, in this day and age, where the sacred and the salvific power of blood of the old pagan sacrifice is kind of depleted, it's kind of exhausted. In this age, it's very difficult for us to come up with a teleology. I think the best teleology that most people can come up with, and Thomas, you haven't given me any better answer to this, so I challenge you to think about this. The best answer people can give you is, our teleology is not Hitler. I mean, please. So the what we're confronted with, and this is my provocation, is that as we try to come up with this teleology, we come face to face with the fact that we ourselves are already embedded in these sinful power dynamics, and that no matter how much we want to fucking try, we're going to take advantage, and we're going to create our architectures of salvation, but they're always going to have this hidden excess this hidden unintended consequence, which is our own intentions. Because as long as we have a body, and as long as we live in Satan's world, which is this world, and he already won in this world, then we're always going to somehow be involved in that mathematic, which, by the way, is why you must have sort of a transcendental Christ to say that, I am not of this world, and to sort of add an external Archimedean point outside of it through which you can leverage it, right? So again, my provocation is, how are we not always already engaged in diverse strategies for the advancement of our own power, precisely and especially when we advocate for love and for love and the politics of love? And that's what's, that's a struggle that I have with myself very much right now.
David and Philip?
Yeah, I have some comments here about this capitalist communism and the problem there. And too, this echoes back to what Max said earlier. I don't think defeating capitalism is a worthwhile goal to pursue, especially not from like a theoretical level where we're discussing now, because that always fails. And, we've tried communism a lot, but communism is the community made into ideology. And community is not an idea, it is a practice. So that is something we need to practice. And what we find in our technological moment is that these communities cannot only be digital, they have to be integrated physically as well. And I think that's what we've found a lot in 2023, and what we're going to do more of moving into 2024 is to do more physical stuff. We organize digitally and we have our theoretical discussions and everything. Then we move into physical, and then stuff gets real. Then we're doing community. We might even be doing congregations soon. Who knows? And on this point, recently I've been reading the work of Hakim Bey on temporary autonomous zones, which I think is very interesting. He was an anarchist who did not want to defeat capitalism like straight ahead, but rather create these parallel systems. The temporary autonomous zones, something that is not meant to be permanent but temporary, so you could explore the subtleties of life that the capitalist society prohibits, or at least make them a lot difficult to experience. So and there are examples of these temporary autonomous zones, or at least temporary zones where that allow different forms of behavior and exploring different sorts of relating and all that. They are out there, and we're going to come up with a lot more forms for doing that. And we'll see some examples of that in 2024 as well. I like how you brought up solvet coagula, Fraga, because I do think that alchemical phrase is what we're doing in these temporary zones, temporary communities, or not temporary communities, but temporary places we build up, temporary temples, let's say. It is a form of technosocial alchemy, where we basically go into these spaces and blow ourselves apart, and then by the end of it, we pick ourselves together, and we can actually emerge with new values. And these are values and new telos that are not directly engineered by techno-capitalism, if successful. So that is my challenge to, participate in creating these rituals, congregations, physical events, because that is where we will see that.
Sweeney, you want to jump in?
Yeah. A direction I feel this conversation is going in, and Frega sort of pointed towards it a few times, and is the inevitability of the futility of a sutric religion on its own, because it is, yes, just about the scapegoat and all that, and that's very clear, and there's nothing more you can say about that. I feel like we've kind of done that to death, and we know that we know the difference. We know that there has to be ritual and sacred space and all that. So for me, this sort of the Protestant critique here is that you're trying to live without the boundaries of a formal religion, and that ultimately that leads to an empty kind of atheism, and not a whereas even if the arguments for atheism are very good. And so I find the Dzogchen tradition really answers this question very well by speaking of the divine without God, but also not throwing away these particular sacred boundaries and lineages and traditions. So obviously the tantric is the solution. And I think it's well within Christianity. For example, the what do they call it when you go to mass or whatever is the most fundamentally tantric ritual ever. And all of the tantric rituals are this way of turning what is the most let's say what is the most base, and what is the most broken, and what is the most dirty, and what is the most perverted, transform using that material, that prima material, and creating gold from that, rather than just stepping out of the corrupt society. But perhaps that doesn't work for everybody. Perhaps access to people like Gurdjieff, it's a hard way. It takes a lot of work to get there. In a sense, it takes a lot of work to be able to even consider these things. So what can people do in the world is not that interesting a question, in a sense. It's more like the small groups of people, a very elite group. Like, I'm afraid of it being a socialism. It has to be a very elite group that has the ability to go in those realms of multi-dimensional experience. Okay, so I'm drinking a bit, so I don't know if I'm making sense, but
Sweeney, before I go on my tirade, what do you mean by the mass being the most tantric ritual?
Well, drinking the blood of Jesus and eating his body is the most perverse kind of thing you could ever do. There's nothing more perverse than that. And that is literal. That's not metaphorical. That's not Jungian. That's not, that's a literal thing that you do. I think if you're a true Catholic, you take that thing extremely literally. So that is, as far as I can see, pure Tantra.
Okay, so firstly, I want to tell you, Thomas, I completely agree with you, and I'm also allergic to this cheap academic critique of capitalism and how do we overcome capitalism, and I don't know, there's so many boring variants of it that basically all boil down to the same version most of the time, which is like this dream of like we're all gonna get our own farm and it's gonna be not like Pol Pot's Kampuchea because we are academics or something. But that's always what it boils down to. Now to tantra and things like this, there's most tantra that you see in the West, we have to be honest about this, is new age garbage. It's what is it, like cuddle workshops, people who have difficulty in their dating lives, so they are like, oh, if I go to this event, and then it's mostly guys and there's a few girls there, and then they call the girls they call goddesses, and the guys they call just guys, and it's this mommy worship. So yeah, but I would like to turn both of them around, whilst like in this sense, like tantra can be a form of communism itself. It can be a space of communism, and perhaps that's all that communism can like amount to. If we don't want to reproduce this logic of communism is there over yonder in the future, and we just try to incrementally work up through that to that point, or revolutionarily. But yeah, I'm really personally not really sold on this idea of let's develop new practices, let's see how far we can stretch out the asshole or something like this, because or like let's see how like intense of a Dionysian Dionysian rush we can get ourselves into, because isn't this like, I mean, we're not dealing really with anything special here, you know. If you read Plato's Seventh Letter, he simply talked about, look, everyone's around me here on Sicily is getting lambasted on alcohol, while I'm just like in my free time sit down and read or write something, and this is how I cultivate wisdom, to paraphrase Plato oversimplistically. So this is I think it's let theory be theory. There's nothing wrong with theory being impotent because it is theory, because it's in the very impotence of theory that where its power also comes from, you know. And like, to take some examples, in Hegel's philosophy, you know, Hegel would have probably never thought that his philosophy would lead to Marx, and Marx would have probably never thought that his philosophy would have led to these world conflicts like the Cold War and things like this. But you see the impact of theory very late, very late on in the process. It can take hundreds of years, and even then, theory is never right because of the methods of its predictions, if it does have any. No, like the function of theory, and also to me, like the function of this conversation as a theoretical conversation, is to see where are we now, and like to look back to see where we stand now. So I don't, whenever theory goes to a place of let's inform practice directly, let's go to all these practices, it just shows a poverty of theory.
I just want to quickly say that that's a really interesting way to think about the way the liminal web, and specifically I'm thinking about John Vervaeke's idea of the ecology of practices, I think precisely obfuscates the problem of thinking. But Sweeney, go for it.
Can I just say one more thing?
No, I just want to respond. Okay, go ahead.
One more sentence. So it's like Gaza Strip here in my street. It's really fucked up. But anyway, so I think the job to, you know, philosophers or people who want to think is to actually cultivate a space to do this and read things together, and to speak lofty about Philosophy Portal. This is what we've been doing the last year.
I was just gonna say,
I think these are two, like, reading the Science of Logic together, reading the Acre together, these crazy tomes. These are tremendous achievements. So I'm grateful to you, Cadell, and also everyone who's been involved with that.
I just want to say then on that note, because I think this is an important part of the discussion. Also, we're 1 hour away from sort of the end of the thing in itself. That has been the goal of Philosophy Portal. I want to sort of speak to some of the concerns that have been expressed so far, maybe specifically Thomas on capitalism. That, look, Philosophy Portal is affirming capitalism. At the same time, Philosophy Portal wants to point towards spaces and areas that are post-capitalist, right? So it's affirming capitalism and going beyond capitalism. It's both and. It's not reducing all interactions to capitalism, but it is affirming capitalism. Why? I think to Chitan's point about the symbolic, it slows things down. It prevents things from being what they usually are online, which is just imaginary capture, right? Because if Philosophy Portal aims to be capitalistic, it slows down the types of projects that are possible, and it also holds people accountable in a way that when you don't have capitalism, those processes can't unfold. So I think we should think precisely about capitalism, not within a simple deconstruction or a simple negation, but also we shouldn't think that capitalism is the total all thing. Capitalism is also has a non-all, and it points, and there are contradictions of capital. which point outside of capital, which point towards things that require social relations outside of capital, which I think has also been spoken to. So I just want to hold space for both of those things. And also I want to hold space for the fact that Philosophy Portal has tried to focus precisely on long-term conceptual mediation and not spiritual practices. Spiritual practices are important. Spiritual practices can get you a long way. I'm not saying we should discard of spiritual practices, but if we discard of having a real place for long-term conceptual mediation, then we've really lost the capacity, I think, to build society. So I think that those two dimensions I just want to speak to. And then and also just sort of say that, yeah, we're heading into the last hour of this. And I think that just sort of reflecting on where we've been in the last hour of this, I mean, I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic that issues of politics of love, capitalism, and communism have come up. And what this is as a sort of performance is the frontier of speculative philosophy. So instead of talking about the frontier of speculative philosophy, this very act of talking, this very act of performing is frontier philosophy, I think. And I think I would like to find more ways to be able to do events like this. Just sort of, I always want to make this sort of a meta performativity here, as I did with Dave. But yeah, that's sort of my chiming in here, sort of at the heading into the last hour. And then Sweeney, I want to give you the mic.
Yeah, I just want to respond to this notion of tantra and cuddle worships and cuddle workshops, cuddle worship. Anyway, that's not at all what I mean by tantra. The word is an amoeba word. There's all this equivocation around it, and people think of it as whatever they want to think about it. For me, the tantric path is the hard way, in Gurdjieffian terms. So if that involves philosophy, that's wonderful. In the Hindu tradition, there's three forms really of practice. One is jhana, and that is wisdom. That's just working with concepts to death. And then there's also the path of bhakti, which is the path of just devotion. And there's the path of work. And I think people are uniquely suited towards one or many of those things. And so I think that all the respect to the Philosophy Portal for approaching philosophy as the hard way, not as a simple way. And I also want to point out that I don't support creating an ecology of practices like willy-nilly. I think you have to. I don't think creating practices. I think these practices are old and ancient and you need to connect to an actual tradition, and something new may emerge, but that's a very rare thing, and it's not something that everybody can just get on board with. So there is a kind of conservatism in my view in terms of that. So anyway, yes, not a cuddle worship, nothing to do with that, like zero to do with that, and not not an ecology of practices, and also not anti-intellectualism, or not using any part of who we are. The singular aspect of Gurdjieff is that it's where we are three-brained creatures. In other words, we need to finesse our mind, we need to finesse our emotional body, and also our physicality and our movements and all those things. They're all in relationship with each other. And so what matters is not the thing itself, it's the relationships between all these different realms. And so that's my comment on that.
All right, I think we're gonna go. Carl's still out to lunch, so we're gonna go Frege and then Max. Before Carl, we got to get you to jump in here eventually.
I'm doing a ritual. I'm doing a ritual as we're speaking, and that's why I'm so chaotic.
Do you have anything to say? Do you have anything you want to contribute?
I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it. I'm embodying everything we're doing. We're talking about. So, that's all I can say right now. I'll be back.
All right, Frege, go for it.
That was great.
Yeah, I think the only last thing that I want to sort of add to wrap up and to mention about this conversation and what it comes up for me is that it's very difficult to think. I mean, the process of thinking is impossible unless you this is how I do it. Let's put it this way. Unless you integrate the thinker and what's in the content of what's being thought and the incentives each individual has to say or purport certain things. The tricky bit about it is that naturally as individuals, we are puppets of, like Sweeney said, the gods, or like the romantics say, of the forces in the abyss of our hearts, or like the arithmetic Lacanians, we are puppets of what is in fact not said in language, or the way that our body makes itself expressed in language. So it's very tricky. It's very tricky to map out the incentives that are behind why I speak, why each of us is speaking, what each of us has in their heart when they make a certain statement. If you are relatively intuitive, you can grasp a little bit, you can grok a little bit of it, you can look at a person's face, you can look at their tone of voice, at their physiognomy, you can, a story tells itself, right? And we're just embodying it. But in any case, I think the next frontier for me, or the next frontier for my thinking and for my attempted practice is to map these incentives in real time, because otherwise we're very stuck in confusion, and that's annoying me more and more and more and more and more. And I think it's time that I somehow voice that and show up for that, because sometimes it's so painfully obvious what is in a person's heart and personality when they say a certain statement. And I don't mean this as an accusation, but I mean this as an attempt to have an extra point of view in the way that each of us formulates our own thoughts, right? Oftentimes we can only see ourselves from one vantage point, and that vantage point is reflected by the eyes of the other in many ways. So I guess feedback and real-time meaningful feedback that takes into account anthropology, psychology, sociology is something that is not only important for us as thinkers, but I think is going to be important for humanity as we go into the era of AI. because when we jump into the era of AI, it suddenly affords us this real-time feedback. It affords us the knowledge, if we so design the systems, that tell us in which way are you speaking because it's at the pinnacle of your ability, or in which way are you just self-enchanting yourself into finding yet another struggle that is just like every other fucking struggle that everybody's been hearing you moan about for the last 20 years. Myself included, right? We're all in this together. We're symbolizing this as we go, and that's a good thing. So that's my hope. My hope is that we can get outside of of our own way in that sense, or have clarity about the true substance of how we formulate thinking and thoughts, and why we are compelled to bring up communism, or why we are compelled to bring up this psychologization, or why we are compelled to yada yada yada. I would call that incentive mapping. And it is my form of piety. It is my form of prayer as well. It's a form of it's a form of forgiveness in a wild way that I haven't integrated yet. But I'll leave it there.
I'm back. I want to echo what Dimitri said. I've very much enjoyed this conversation tonight, and really enjoyed Philosophy Portal. We've done Hegel, Phenomenology, Nietzsche, Lacan. Science of Logic was crazy. And yeah, it's fantastic. It's really helped me to become a better philosopher. So thank you, Cadell, and thanks for everybody else for creating this culture and community online. We've done the Science of Logic this year, and Hegel's concern is with the categories of thought, of reason. If the world is to be rational, and the categories that make the world rational, if they themselves are not rational, then the world can't be rational. So the categories that we use are extremely important, that they must be derivable in some sense. And I've been working through Spengler. And Spengler uses Goethe's morphological method to map the history of civilizations, that it's not a progressive development of history or culture, but that it's cyclical, that civilization is like a plant, for example, that the plant will have certain stages of development. It will be in blossom, it will be in decay. And Spengler's diagnosis basically from this morphological method is that we're in decline. Civilization is the decline of the West. And it's been interesting in our conversation that we are basically talking about destiny. This a lot tonight of where we're going to go, why should we go in a certain place, and what place do we want to go? Do we want to go to a Landian destiny? Do you want to try and actualize that? Do we want to reactualize or resurrect Christianity? Are we happy with Fukuyama, the last man in liberalism? Do we want to have, like with anti-totalitarianism, or is Heidegger and his diagnosis of Western ontology that we've sort of exhausted our philosophy and we need to think ontology brand new? So what destiny are we willing to work towards, I think, is the big question that has come out of this conversation for me. And why that destiny over another one?
Jason, you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. I'll also echo how great Philosophy Portal is. I think in the era of subleading capitalism, it's the best way to alienate yourself. Yeah, but I think in this regards, we can also think about, how we can move, or how a politics of love can lead to what I think is great to think about, is a politics of dignity. And this is the dignity of that we're all in the same sinking boat, that we're all in this same mess, in this catastrophe. And I guess I love what you said, Max, about destiny. What is the destiny? Well, whatever it is the destiny of alienation. It is the destiny of something that's thrown into the world, that we came out of this major catastrophe. So yeah, where do we go from there? But the question is that is it just repeating alienation? Is it just repeating the same thing over and over again, or is it possible that something, and this was brought up earlier, that something beautiful can come out of it? Now, I think the human is very important to think about here. Like I do think that being the destiny of alienation, the human is this alienated being par excellence. And so yeah, I advocate a kind of radical anthropocentric view, I think, and that's my speculative gesture. I think I'll stop there. Anyone wants to comment?
So to speak about the the goal of Philosophy Portal for conceptual mediation for itself. That's how I would put it. There is we can see this all around us. The way that people get sucked up into the temporality of images, whether it's scrolling, whether it's watching a film, whether it's listening to music. Of course, not that any of those things are bad, but there is a tendency to repeat those types of images. For example, if you watch like a TikTok video, you know, they are meant to be repeated over and over again. And the wild thing is about, I think TikTok videos are the best example of this, is that when you get sucked up into them, you lose touch with the temporality of your own emptiness. Of course, you come out of it feeling even more empty, but yeah, this is you know, that's something so special about Philosophy Portal, is that we actually read the text, and it sounds so banal, and I think that's that itself says a lot, since this you know, this banality of ourselves is not non-reflexive. It is our own type of banality, but it's the type of work that's really enriching for the spirit. And philosophy always happens in the vein of a common search for truth. Plato and of course Socrates will affirm this over and over again, that philosophy, there is no such thing as philosophy if there's no common search for truth. And yeah, I'm really glad that I found this at Philosophy Portal, because this is very much a rarity. You know, there's always a tendency to act, so that one does not have to think simply, but to meditate itself on the act of thinking. Even, you know, when you are reading the Science of Logic and you're like, damn, how is any of this relevant you know, to my daily life? Well, then that's a line of questioning one should go into to bridge that very gap. And you know, I don't read Plato in this pseudo-Platonic way that the perfect forms are supposedly out there in the heavens. I think Plato uses this as a myth to reveal the invisibility of those perfect forms, and a technical word for that would be universality. This is also how Hegel views Plato's philosophy. But if you take this stance on Plato and don't think that he's just archaically naive, affirming some kind of other reality out there, then you get a different type of reading, a reading that makes you think. You know, like it would be very boring to read Plato and then just think that whatever Socrates says is what Plato believes. That's totally not the case. Plato was very explicit about this also in his letter 7, that he will never write his teaching down. And this is not only the way that we should read a Plato, but also a Lacan and Hegel. And these are all timeless thinkers as such, who we will not go beyond, as Lacan will affirm. And this idea of not going beyond a thinker, I think this is it's a humbleness that would do us good.
Max, do you want to go?
Yeah, just for Dimitri and for Jason and anybody else who wants to get in. Yeah, I loved what you said, Jason, in regards to alienation and human and dignity. Do you think that it's alienation for alienation, self-alienation for self-alienation's sake? And then to bring in Dimitri, what are we getting from reading Hegel? and the texts themselves. Why not just read the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy? Is the textual reading pointing us in a certain way of what we're trying to actualize?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Nietzschean walking upon the tightrope type situation, right? We have to take the risk, that we might fall into some navel gazing. We might, like these are all the real risks we must think about in terms when we philosophize. I do we eat to survive, or do we eat to do better things in life? Like, I think this is the nature of the question. Is self-alienation for alienation's sake? I don't know, but I think here we have to think about the idea of being, let's say, disturbed by imperfection, and the idea of taking perfection seriously. Can something good come out? Can something new come out? And this can only be done through self-negation. And the difference between alienation for alienation's sake, like, I think the best example of this, someone mentioned it earlier, I don't remember, but doom scrolling is like this, when you just put yourself, just disappear into the very action of it. And here, there's something dystopian, right, about this. Whereas self-negation, with this stance of taking perfection or imperfection seriously, is different. It's very much that you are there in the choice. When you're doom scrolling, you're not really making a choice. It's just some system running over and over and over again. There's a spuriousness to it. Yeah. And what was the second question? It's about Hegel.
Yeah, for you and Dimitri, is the reading of these primary texts, what does that reveal about what we're trying to do here? We've decided not to read primarily the secondary literature.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, it's the risk of misunderstanding the guy. Like, when you read the primary text, you have to really tarry with it. I spoke to some other people who's read Hegel through whatever lens, and they tend to have a very dogmatic view of what's right, what's wrong. I think tarrying with the text gives you a bit, I don't know, a less boring view of it at the very least. But you're also you're in this shit, like, you're not, you have skin in the game. I think. I don't know, Dimitri, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, because there's not only such a thing as secondary literature, but also secondary vocabulary, or like the way that Lacanians take up Lacan, the way Marxists take up Marx. Of course, there's talk about the base and the superstructure, and then the notion of the big other, and the split subject, and things like this. And when you actually go to the primary texts, you take note of how this is lots of times super alien to what the author himself actually wrote about. And of course, Hegel does mention that the absolute is substance and also subject, and we can take that in different ways. But the whole structure of his writings, his style, the way he makes dialect, he brings out dialectical logic, or the way in which Lacan sometimes has like these utterly schizophrenic ravings in the Écrit, and then alongside with these highly specialized psychiatric terminology, and then these deep analysis about literature, and then he's comparing translations and things like this. So it really shows you, like, going to the primary text shows you the vastness of the minds of great thinkers. And also,
doesn't it also show that there's not much there?
Does it also show that there's not much there?
Well, yeah, many people, they use these big thinkers to kind of promote their own theories, right? But then when you read the Chris, for example, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is just, I mean, it's like an enormous amount of blah, 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 right? And then you see that all these boiled down theories where everything is very well defined and he thinks like this and he thinks like that is just basically people using a big name to promote their own ideas. I mean, that's what I certainly got out. I mean, I loved reading the Chris, but it's also a bit like, I mean, it's a fucking joke, right? The Chris. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah,
You can't even read the Chris in the age of the internet where you can Google every single sentence.
Yeah.
Before the age of the internet, this is a fucking joke. As nobody can read this. So all these academic Lacanians, I mean, I'm just laughing out of my ass, as my Turkish friends would say, right? I mean, this is just like blah 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 blah. Look at me, I'm the big expert because you're stupid. So you're not smart enough to read original sources, but I have read the original sources, so I'm the big expert. And then they come up with their own little story. I mean, Lacan would laugh at them, right? He actually had a name for them. He called it pubillization. I really loved reading Lacan because it's one big. This is the biggest trickster ever. Fantastic. Lacan is not really. I mean, he's a drama, just like Hegel. These guys are dramas, and you can't ignore them. You know, you have to read them because they are dramas, and otherwise, other people will use the dramas and they will just put the wool around your head, right?
Well, but Thomas, I would say that the funny thing is sometimes you read. I read Lacan myself, and then it's like
I know you do.
Yeah, but it's utter gibberish. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to get out of this?
Yeah,
And
it's
even
great.
Lacan himself, like when people his most incomprehensible text is like Kant vexat, and Kant said to people like, nobody send me a letter about this text because I know it's incomprehensible. So. So, but then you start thinking in yourself, like, okay, is he actually saying something here that I'm missing out on, or is he actually just speaking?
The medium is the message.
Yeah, but it's also like he forces. One of the things he wants to do, right? If you engage with Lacan, you cannot be some kind of simpleton doing psychoanalysis. You have to suddenly start thinking about Kojève and Hegel and Kant and whatever, and you just thought that you were going to solve people's problems. You know, I'm going to get somebody here and then he's going to have these problems and I'm going to solve them. And then you read Lacan and that makes it impossible. So you suddenly see you are forced to actually become a person with a certain perspective. And I think that's one of the things he wants to do. It's very simple.
And that's also like a great thing that he does, because it's the job of the analyst to frustrate you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be satisfied with it.
Yeah. So basically, this is like a big. If you read Lacan, right, with like what is damn you, Cadell, for putting us through this. So what you basically get is some kind of Lacanian psychoanalysis from the master himself, right?
Carl, are you with us?
Oh, Carl, yeah. Let's hear it from Carl.
What's your perspective on what's been going on tonight, Carl? What have you heard? You want to unmute yourself? I'll unmute you.
Overview.
You're good.
Overview, please.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah. Wow. Well, speechless in terms of my practice. I don't think this is the place to talk about the ritual that I've just done. But
come on,
I'd love to tell you about it another time, individually. This is not possible to talk about in terms of yes, this moment. This moment cannot be talked about. And I think I have been plugged in at various points, and it's a shame Ebert had to leave so early on. But I think he kickstarted us off, and yeah. So my take on all of this is that we now have the opportunity to do the tests, because I'm here to tell you that when I went into Imperial College London and had my brain scanned under DMT, that's when the cosmic joke was revealed. Because I don't know how many of you have been in the brain scan. How many? None of you. None of you been that claustrophobic. I mean, I'm not claustrophobic. I'm very porous, and I will get into the smallest tunnel you can imagine. But getting inside that thing was like dying. It was like a death. and you forget you're in there to take drugs. And when they injected DMT into my veins and the machine was turned on, and the amount of entities that arrived on the scene that were to say, what is going on? They didn't even immediately they gave it away. They gave away they gave the goods. They immediately gave me a non-duality explosion of light. So you become light, right? You become this infinite light. And they added ticker tape. I mean, I've done a lot of these 5-MeO DMT jumps into the light, but this one, yes, they're basically saying you're immortal, but you're in a human form right now. What is going on? What is happening? Why are you being scanned? All of them, so many different varieties. It was like a moth. I'm like a moth to the light, you know. So many different varieties turned up, all of them concerned for me. Why are you, what's going on? You're not scheduled. You're not scheduled. And at that point, you realize, oh shit, I've, because of the machine, because of the technology that I'm encased in, the context, the 80%, not even the medicine, the fact that I'm in this massive scanner, they're the ones that normally scan you. They're the ones, not us, not here. So I'm being scanned. I'm spending the whole trip calming down the entities. The whole trip, I've become the overman, telling them, oh, it's okay, guys. It's a research study. I'm in a machine in London. It's just a machine. They don't understand. I'm telling the other, this concrete other, whatever it is, the other. But now, this is you've heard all this before. The news, though, is as a result of my maybe long-standing disassociation and ritual practice of disassociation, and understanding that disassociation is what brought us all here. We are disassociated to fuck. We are disassociated. We are standing at the altar of disassociation. That's how we can become individuals. That's the core of reality, is disassociation. Injection of forgetting. We had to forget everything to become this, become what we are. So that's the Godhead, right? You have to forget. At the core of reality is this forgetting, separation. It's all linked together. So sorry for the rambling, for one thing. Okay, I know I've
no, Carl, you're very clear. You're very clear.
I know I've come in late. So here's the punchline, right? So this is just the prelude. So what we now, because I was the only person in that study, I was the pilot of the pilot. I was subject 0. Everyone knew that I was the hard nut, so they put me in first, and basically in the extended state. So just to give people context, so I've done 6 years of research at Imperial, being a subject, not being the scientist, the subject. I've been the subject for 6 years, and many studies, many phases of studies. So the first phase was the one I told you about when I had my brain scanned. That was 6 years ago. Since then, we've done more tests, and we've done the extended state. And we now know that we can create a new form of electricity, which is DMT. DMT does not have any, it has a small, what we've discovered is that there is a small drop in tolerance, but DMT is naturally in your system. When you're conceived, there's 49th day of conception, DMT arrives in the system. DMT is at death released. It's endogenously created in the brain. We know that, but we don't know to what extent, how much we can create. It's it's a natural substance. There's no there's no toxicity. So you can, and if you looked into the work of Andrew Gallimore, If you've seen the recent podcast with Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock, where Graham's actually invited Joe to come in and do the DMT extended state. Now we can put people in what you would, when you're going to be anesthetized, we can give you a continuous drip of DMT. So this is the idea, because there's no tolerance, you can have a continuous infusion of DMT. So you can be kept at the peak of the DMT experience permanently. And the absolute object is the fact that now we can legally do this. We've been given a license. I'm working with a company in America. Of course, it's actually it's a non-profit, but it's a company in America that now has a license to give the extended state DMT experience to indigenous leaders, mathematicians, politicians, philosophers. We have 40,000 people that have applied to go into this extended state of DMT. So imagine being kept inside the DMT peak state. I don't know how many of you have done DMT even, but this is now possible. This is now going to be tested. This is now what I believe to be a transhumanist technology, which will mean just like we witnessed with the hikikomori of Japan, where people log out and they live in virtual reality, or they log out. People are logging out in Japan. Like they logged out in 2015. I was there. I mean, I've worked in Japan for 2 years. So what I'm saying is, this is going to be another form of logging out, leaving this dimension, living in. And imagine, this is the provocation, because I've spoken enough. Imagine falling asleep inside a DMT trip, because that's what's coming. Falling inside the trip. How can we? I mean, if you're living inside a DMT world, you will be able to fall asleep. You will become embodied. You will be. This is what's happening. And it's legally, we've got a license to do it. It's happening next year, and you're all invited. So applications welcome, yeah, that's the update. And I go in there as a person that's now going to be controlling the pre-context and the post-context. So because I've done the drugs. I actually spoke to a woman recently, an Iboga expert, Ibogaine. How many of you have done Ibogaine or know about Ibogaine? So Iboga is a root bark in Africa that gives people the father experience. Ayahuasca is the mother. Iboga is the father. And Iboga is given to people, to the Booty tribe. They have it as an initiation to come into manhood, and what it gives you is a full overview of your everything you've ever done wrong, basically. So, but yeah, Ibogaine, and basically we will be able to manufacture any drug on the island, and we can do it on an island in nature as well. So this is the other part of the story. That this will be the first time that these things will be taken, not as I've taken them in this horrific way, but in actually a natural setting in a 5-star resort in the Caribbean. So there you are. That's my update. Any questions?
Thomas, I wanted to ask Thomas, is this the universalization of ritual and the total removal of prohibition?
What?
I was just asking if Carl's inviting people into a permanent DMT trip, is that the universalization of ritual and the abolition of prohibition?
Oh, in that sense, yeah, they should be carefully delineated. So you should have prohibition, you should have ritual, and they are mutually interacting. They can't really overlap. So it's an extremely bad idea to which I don't know if Carl's proposal is a bad idea, but in general, a lack of boundaries between ritual and prohibition that will push you into psychosis.
Well, I'm just bringing this up because one of the most interesting conversations I had this year was with Peter Shosted Hughes about psychedelics and
I know his work. Yeah, big fan of Peter.
Yeah, it's great work, and one of the things that I think I support in his project is not just sort of going into the psychedelic experience in itself, but also coming back and then engaging the work of metaphysics, basically conceptual mediation, whether that's theology, whether that's
exactly.
philosophy.
You need to really keep these two things apart, right? So ritual is on differentiation, so you don't know what your identity is anymore. You don't know whether you're a man or a woman or any other identity you have. It's violence, it's sexuality, it's intoxication, it's basically like forming a constructive mob, and that is the it's very addictive. People really want that, and if you take that away from people, then they will try to bring it back in a disappointing way. And how do you do that? Well, you watch television, or football hooliganism, or drinking a bottle of wine every evening, smoking. So these are all like attempts to bring back ritual in your life, and typically in the West is a very disappointing outcome. Right, your rituals are really boring because because there's no real difference between ordinary life, prohibition, and ritual, and then you cannot have the depth of ritual. So and then Carl mentions ibogaine and ayahuasca and all of these things. So so these of course are becoming very popular in the West, right? And the West is trying to reinvent ritual. That's an enormous power now in the underlying drive in the West. It's like, how can we get back ritual? Because if you don't have an organized ritual, it will come out in a very unorganized way. And I think that like mid 20th century with Nazism, right? And Fraga, you can think this is boring that I bring up Hitler. I do not care. It's an extremely important thing that happened in the middle of the 20th century. That's what happens when you have like an outbreak of people who are doing anything to go into a ritual where they can undifferentiate and scapegoat and really go into this crazy experience of a deep ritual. And in the end, you destroy yourself. And in bad cases, you destroy your entire civilization, like they did in Nazi Germany.
That's still not a teleology.
Just to say, Thomas, I'd love to have.
What is that with a theology? What
it's still not a direction. It's like, don't go there. Like, great.
Well,
where then?
I mean, what do you want me to do? Tell you how to live your life. I mean, there are a lot of people out there who do that. You're not going to get that from me.
Let's not lose structure. We have 15 minutes left, and I want to make sure we get the most out of this 15 minutes. I'll say, Carl, is there anything you want to say to Thomas before I sort of move to the closing thoughts?
Yeah, I guess it's more about that we perish for knowledge, right? We die for the knowledge, and that's the thing. And I don't know. I think that my role there will be to minimize harm as much as possible, and I think that I've gone so far out that I can see all the variables. And I think when you're going into such an experience, have any of you done a lomi massage, which is a traditional Hawaiian massage? 5 people massage you at the same time. 5. You've got 10 hands. You levitate. You go into an altered state. You go into these. Your parasympathetic nervous system is immediately downregulated. You're in heaven. It's the perfect thing to bring to DMTX Island.
All right, so, I want to.
Well, just to round it off, whatever you do, right, create a nice ritual which is within a safe container, right? It's isolated from ordinary time, and then afterwards you integrate it, and you keep these two things very far apart so that people don't get into this gray zone where they don't. Am I in ritual? Am I in ordinary time? So that's where things go really, really wrong. And, that
Thomas,
would be my 5 cents.
Just to say, I'd love to have you on board as an architect for the design of this as well, and Frager, obviously. I mean, you guys, this is a context engineering, ontological design dream, so it's happening, and I just think it's a nice test bed for us to really embody a lot of the talking, because I know, Cadell, you're all about the virtual and the embodied, and I'm really trying to bring us back to the body. And I think that, yeah, we're not human yet. We are not human yet. We are scratching the surface. We're crawling out of the cave of what it is to be human. You know, the post-humans thinks that we've already done. It's already a finished thing. The meta-humans thinks that we should cease reproduction, but talk to the other species to understand what we are. You know, and I think that's fair. We should absolutely engage with every other species, and that's what the AI will allow. The AI is now allowing us to have these conversations with these other kingdoms, and we are not the most intelligent species. We are, frankly, a disgrace in terms of intelligence. You know, so
we have the best wine.
I just want to make sure we use our last 10 minutes properly. I want to just say one thing quickly on this need for the return to ritual. We're trying to find the space where we can establish a sense of ritual time, and I think that at least bringing it back self-reflectively to what I'm trying to do with Philosophy Portal is that, you know, I see in some sense the courses as the containers of prohibition, in the sense that these courses are long-term conceptual mediations. But I think that opening up the space of ritual is sort of what I see in my head is the need to establish yearly retreats, or even more than yearly retreats, biannual or semi-annual retreats, where we can come together and we can experiment with each other in the physical real, and establish a sense of long-term historical continuity, establish a sense of a long, like not just a conceptual mediation without body, but a conceptual mediation that's embodied. And so, at least for me, moving into 2024, that's definitely something I want to continue experimenting with. And I feel like it's just the beginning. I mean, the downside of to me, the downside of the ritual element is that it just takes time, right? You need years, and you need to repeat year after year after year. And I think it can get deeper year after year after year. But to create a sense that this is not just a disembodied virtual, form of thinking, but a form of thinking that's deeply in connection with the idea of building long-term relationships and creating a sense of ritual history and ritual memory. So I think that's really all I wanted to say on this. But I think that with the last 10 minutes, I want to point towards each of you getting a chance quickly to sort of give me a sense of maybe either where you're at in this conversation, or what this conversation has pointed forward to you moving into 2024. Again, trying to be, concise. Maybe Max, do you want to start, and then we'll move from there?
Yeah, I think from working through Spengler, it's just underlined how important destiny is for all of us. And it's interesting that with modern philosophy, nominalism, Roger Bacon, destiny and teleology gets completely ignored. But wars are fought over it. We spend our whole lives trying to decide what our destiny is going to be and how we want to live. So I'm going to think more about the metaphysics of destiny this year. So thanks, everybody.
Frege?
Yeah, two things, I guess. So advancing the sort of I'm leaning towards trying to make Girard practical from a design point of view for the sake of ontological design, and then teaching AI how to leverage that, and understanding how this all fits under this sort of broader ontological design driven way to read data. Because I think that at this point, many philosophical questions that we're debating, those that stem from sociology and psychology and so on, we have the technology to solve them using data and big data. right? It's no longer a question of psychological assumption, or you can track this, literally track this. And so I'm keen on developing some methods that point towards that on my most speculative bit of work, and then on the less speculative bit of work, trying to. Well, I don't want to spill the beans yet. I don't want to immediately sort of jinx it, so I won't. I will keep it under wraps. But
just leave us in mystery there.
Yeah, I'll leave us in mystery.
All right, Chetan.
I think two questions that I'm sort of thinking about previously are this question of value and time in some sense. And both have come up in our discussion today. One, I think, how do we find ways of, Anish's question of value of values in that sense. How do you find ways of valuing something outside the market forces? How do you organize a way of, and finding a relationship back with market? I'm not against market in that sense, but there, and philosophy portal is doing something of that end, which I really enjoy, collaborating with, because values is sort of becoming a big challenge, especially at a critical juncture we are. How do we value something in that sense? And that's been a question that I'm sort of struggling with. And the other is, how do we inhabit time differently? And ritual time, of course, I think Thomas's point, sort of enters into that discussion, that what are the various ways of entering time? What are these distinctions between eternal time, immortal time? What are the gradations that emerge in it? I think these two questions somewhere connect for me, and I'm just sort of thinking around ways of organizing sort of public sphere politics in ways where these two things can be, thought through from a different lens than what modern market allows us to think about.
Fantastic. Dimitri?
Yeah, I think Philosophy Portal 2023 was a great success. I'm looking forward to see where it's headed for the future. And that's it for me.
Dare I ask, Carl?
I'm still thinking. Can you carry on?
Thomas?
Sorry. What was the question? I got a bit lost.
Either what has this conversation invoked in you, or what are you thinking about moving into 2024?
2024. Well, probably writing an article for the anthology that is associated with the Lacan course. I think that Lacan is very close to Girard. Actually, there's a lot of stuff that he also writes about, just in a very cryptic way that nobody understands on purpose. So I'd like to demystify that a bit, and then I hope to meet a lot of people in real life and turn the online communities into communities that actually also meet face to face. So I look forward to meeting Carl in Fraga and you, Cadell, in Gothenburg, and Owen and Raven. And I hope that there will be another meeting from Philosophy Portal. I loved the meeting in Marseille. That was so much fun. And I think that basically the combination of online meetings, online communities, and then bringing people together from all over the world, that they also meet face to face, I think that's a great format. And then the whole thing of creating a prohibition and a ritual, I mean, let's put that on the back burner. That's not easy.
Mm-hmm. David and Philip.
Okay, so I'm not a philosopher and I don't aspire to be a philosopher. I'm an artist and I aspire to be a good one. And my artwork in 2024 will be to mend the world of philosophy and art. And what that will mean in practice for Philosophy Portal is creating context and environments that will affect philosophical discourse. And Thomas mentioned the Gothenburg event. There will be a physical event in Gothenburg, which is going to be both philosophy and art. And I'm sure everyone who follows Philosophy Portal will get to know about the details about that. But that is what I'm doing this year, moving from digital to physical, creating artistic events where philosophy will play a big role. And hopefully these events will play a big role for philosophy as well. David?
Fantastic. Dave?
Yeah. Yeah, that's also a big project in March that we're doing here, an event in Gothenburg. And for me, this virtual physical divide is really at the center. Like, how do we manage digital communities, but also bring that into physical reality in some way? And for me personally, I think on this topic of alienation and mediation, that also brings me more into the social and actually testing out ideas in a local environment and with people that might not be initiated in a certain vocabulary or style of thinking and so on. So that's what I'm looking forward to next year.
All right, Sweeney and then Jason. You're on mute, Sweeney.
Sorry, I was thinking a little along the lines of what Fraga was saying, that I'm moving in a direction towards the arts and also, but I'm very grateful to have this kind of this philosophical nourishment towards the arts and things that I'm going to be working on in the future. I'm going to be doing a lot of poems and poetry, and I'm also going to be creating a lot of courses at Parallax. And I've been trying to nag some of the people here to do a course with us, but we've got, so that's an exciting mode for me to work in as being a let's say curator of courses, backing off a little bit on the podcast and moving more into the creative realm is what is exciting me and turning me on at the moment. And I think the thing that stands out most for me in this, well, a lot of things in this discussion is the continual sort of, in my own life, balance between, I guess, what Thomas was calling the sacred and the profane, or the what Gurdjieff would call the holy affirmation and the holy denying, which means there's these moments of sort of ecstatic expression, and then there's just ordinary life, and we kind of like, everybody wants the ecstatic thing, but in India, there, you'd go into the temple and you go into ecstasies, and then you go back to your ordinary life and just have an ordinary life. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I have this kind of house and family and ordinary life, and there's this kind of strong pull in the direction of both my own, Vajrayana practice and also Gurdjieff at the moment. I'm working with this guy Luke, and we're going to work we'll go deeper into Gurdjieffian stuff. So I apologize to assault people with so much Gurdjieff here tonight, but that's kind of what I'm obsessed with at the moment. So anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. It's been wonderful.
Great to have you, Sweeney, and definitely encourage everyone to check out Parallax in 2024. Jason, go for it.
Yeah, I guess my goals in 2024, I'd like to collapse my life further into philosophy. I'd like to collapse the difference between real life and this, philosophical talks and so on, as well as in my art. There's the book cover projects for the anthology coming up with Philosophy Portal, I'm very much interested these days in communicating Hegel or Hegelian ideas with quote unquote normal people, because I feel like I know it's terrible. I know, Thomas. It's very fun, but I do notice that people do crave this kind of ideas. They do want to talk about this kind of ideas, and I'd like to follow where this path leads me. That's it.
All right, and I'm going to give the last word to Carl, and then we'll wrap up this section.
Thank you so much, Cadell, for bringing us all together. What an amazing feast of all of our wonders. I mean, for me, it's it's about embodiment. It's about conscious dreaming. How can we wake up in our dreams? I think that's where you get your messages. That's where the real insights come. And I'd love to be in your dreams, Cadell, at some point to understand what's going on in there. But I think we receive through, you know, whether it's the gods or whatever, but it's conscious dreaming techniques, and that's through the Museum of Consciousness. It's through mapping out hyperhumanism and making sure that we become human before we cease to exist potentially. And dreaming, doing that DMT dream, seeing if I can fall asleep inside a DMT trip would be my top 3.
All right, guys. Well, this has been a blast. I've enjoyed mediating a lot, and I think I've learned a lot about the challenges of holding a discourse with 10 people. It's not easy, but I think we did a pretty good job. So thank you guys so much, and I really want to experiment more with this format in 2024. But I guess I'll either kick you guys out or you guys can leave, and then I would definitely welcome you guys to stay around. You guys have been great in the live chat, and anyone who can just stick around for the last hour, and then we'll wrap up the stream as a whole.
Thank you.
Cheers,
guys.
Cadell. Cheers, everyone.
All right, everyone. So this is the end of the thing in itself. But we are going to head into the last part of the live stream. We're going to have the cigarette after. So stick around. We have one more hour to go, and just going to wait for my guests to both jump in. I think Joris has just jumped in. Welcome, Joris. Hopefully Daniel will come in. We've got Daniel. All right, so we've got Joris and Daniel, and we've you know what? I can take a breather. When you're in the thing in itself, it's tiring, you know. So I'm gonna have to get out a cigarette. I'm gonna have to chill out, and I've brought 2 men with me who are just gonna be sort of the nightcap. It's Sasha says it's Siggy time. All right, so. Well, first, let me just say, why don't you guys just sort of let me know where you both are, but I sort of maybe also give like a very quick recap of what I've just been through. In the drink before, it was just me and Dave. Unfortunately, Owen couldn't make it. And we were just basically talking about you know, the relationship between Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground, really, and just sort of like, you know, what we've learned and what we've experienced. And that sort of did already introduce some ideas about psychoanalysis out of the clinic, because we talked a lot about specular images. We talked a lot about, you know, projections of the big other and the ego ideals, and how to deal with breaking transference dynamics outside of the clinic. So that was great. And then when we went into the thing in itself, I mean, I just sort of, on my side, I was just kind of experimenting and learning with how to bring out the best in a conversation involving 10 people. But I think I navigated that, and you know, I think that the main things that came out of that were spontaneously, the conversation was about God, and it was about community, and it was about theology and politics, and that kind of tended towards discussions about capitalism and communism. So I'm really happy with the way that developed. But let me start with you, Joris. Where are you at? How much of the live stream have you caught?
I saw most of it. I'm feeling a bit tired now from all the family festivities, and also from the thing in itself.
Your beard's looking great, by the way.
Looking amazing.
It's
wow.
Yeah, thanks. there was when I was listening to all the discussions, I think it's not easy for newcomers to the philosophy portal. I think we created a barrier, a boundary, because it was there were a lot of new words and a lot of concepts that are not that easy to grasp if you're new to it. So that's a big question for the coming conversations, I think, is how to make it more easy, more accessible for others to join. So that's one little remark on the thing in itself, but it was great fun.
Well, I think that might be a problem we can work out in the live event space, but definitely something to think through. Daniel, how are you, sir?
I am doing well. It is a pleasure to be here. I have been traveling and am so appreciative of having the chance to be here. So I just got here. So alas, I did not catch much of the show, but I look forward to catching on it because all of those topics you mentioned are the perfect way to end a year. I mean, not talking about God, not talking about politics, capitalism, communism. How can you even say that you've tied the knot on a year before you talk about those different things? And actually, the topic you're getting at, I think, actually I did hear Mr. Sweeney and others talking about art, the role of art. I think this gets into something that perhaps is a part of the role of art, because it's always interesting. Like a painting can say a whole lot quite quickly without complicated jargon in the very experience of it. Because one of the great problems you have is when you get into these kind of deep philosophical issues, there's almost no way to go into there without approaching language in new ways, precisely because the whole reason you're doing philosophy is because a lot of times you're dealing with the world, the everyday world, in a way that is not given by the everyday language and everyday way of things. So you have to language it anew, word it anew, just like you need like poetry, like someone like Rita Dove will talk about how basically, if you lack a word, you lack the ability to think something. And poetry opens up in the same way that Mr. Wittgenstein says the limits of my language are the limits of my world. This would almost suggest that the expressions of my world are also the expressions of my language, and these things go together. So when the world is not giving us what we need to think, sometimes we find ourselves having to create new expressions so we can think those things, because the expressions of my language are the expressions of my world. But of course, this runs a problem, because also that could make you crazy, because you just come up with new expressions of language, right? And you start, Wittgenstein talked about how there's no such thing as a private language, but you can get to the point where you have so much terminology and jargon that you're practically in a private language because nobody but you understands it. I don't know. My imaginary friends talk back, so I think they know my imaginary language as well. But there is a problem here that is unavoidable, because you have to create language to get expressions of the world that are not given by the world already, which then creates a barrier. But that barrier is a unavoidable problem when it comes for looking for new expressions to deal with new problems that are not being dealt with. So when you start talking about relations of God and politics, communism and capitalism, so on and so forth, inevitably, I found myself having to talk about, in dealing with Karl Marx, I call it the artifacts class. You have the proletariat, the people who work the means of production. You have the bourgeoisie, the people who own the means of production. But I actually think there's also the artifacts, who are the people who create the means of production. Oh crap, I added a word that no one's going to know what it knows what it means unless they read my paper, but I found no way to avoid that. So that I have not created the term. But you see, the problem is, if you don't make the term, it's hard to get somewhere to hang your hat, your ideas. You don't have a hook to hang your thinking on. And so this is where I think there is a question of how philosophers can approach the inevitable dilemma of having to create new language and new concepts. But how do we do it perhaps in a more literary or artistic way, or story-based way, or painting-based way, so that the barrier is not so high? There is a barrier, but it's more like a barrier that is a mountain that can be climbed so that we can see greater distances. We have to create heights. The question, if we create heights that are uncrossable, or do we create heights that can be climbed so that we can see greater distances? And I think that is a challenge that we have with philosophy, on figuring out how to have our heights be the heights of mountains, not the heights of walls. But that seems to have something to do with art, language, live events, communities, things like that. So I think thinking this problem is a big deal. And the question of arts may have something to do with it. So it's a pleasure to be here, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a great way to start. What it's making me think about is actually an antagonism or a conflict I had with my brother when I started getting into academia, when I started my intellectual journey, which is he was starting to talk about, you're using too many words. Why are you using so many complex words? And actually the example I tried to share with him was an artistic example, which is like, I said to him, when we were kids and we had a crayon set of 12 crayons and we're coloring with 12 crayons, it's great, but you're limited. And I remember, we wanted to go to the art store, and we had mom take us to the art store. And what did we want? We wanted to get a crayon set with 124 colors, right? And why did we want to move from 12 colors to 124 colors? Well, because it gave us more room for expression. It gave us more ways to express ourselves. It gave us more way to express our imagination. We're not contained by the 12 colors anymore. And I felt like in the same way when I was starting to learn anthropology, when I was starting to learn history, when I was starting to learn sociology and psychology, it gave me the words to describe my relationship to my family. It gave me the words to describe my relationship to general society that I just didn't have without taking those courses and without going through those processes. And that brings me actually conveniently to what I really wanted to discuss with the two of you, which is a word or a concept that Joris and I sort of co-created in some sense. It just sort of emerged spontaneously from our conversation, which is, I think, is a nice place for a word to emerge, because it emerged in relationship to, I feel, a concrete need, which is the Cthulhu network. And so you say, well, why do you need that word? Why do you need what's a Cthulhu network? Right. So, I mean, I could go on a little bit about what I think about the Cthulhu network and why I think it was inspiring to have this conversation. But I also want to sort of get Joris's opinion on it. But at least how I immediately related to it was a word that I needed in between feeling like the institutions were too limiting on the one hand, and feeling like the online game was limiting on the other hand. So what's the in-between word? And I still struggle. Like, how do I conceptualize that in-between space of because I still want to have one foot in the institutional door, and maybe Joris, you could relate to that with the banking. You still want to have one foot in the institutional door, but then you also want to have one foot in the online game. And then what's the third space that either brings those together or opens up something new? And to me, the Cthulhu network might be it points towards secret. It got us thinking about secret societies. It got us thinking about different ways of organizing, different ways of building friendships and building long-term professional relationships. And there's something monstrous about it. There's something, but at the same time, it's not individualistic. It's pointing towards, to me, it's pointing towards some monstrous network or some monstrous subterranean entity that forms through contingent meetings and strange connections and categories and people that you don't know really where they fit, but they're really interesting and you want to hang around them. And what is that? Well, to me, all of that kind of is, I'm using the term Cthulhu network to think about that. Joris, what do you think here?
Yeah, so I think we can link another concept to the Cthulhu network, is the Michel Bauwens' cosmolocal concept. For me, the philosophy portal space is it could be an example of a cosmolocal project, because I cannot find enough people who want to read Lacan with me in Belgium. It's impossible. So I need to go globally, and there I meet other people from all over the world that want to go into Hegel or into whatever kind of text. And so I need that space. And then the thing we try to do now, that's my opinion, is to bring some of that, not all of it, because it's too much for most of us, more locally, to bring it to our organizations, to our relations, to our meetings with other people. And so that's the challenge, I think, for me. In Enkadel, we have an experiment in January where we will be trying to do that, to bring that to people who are not that deep into philosophy, but might benefit from it. It's what Jason, one of his last remarks was people crave for these kinds of ideas. So how can we bring what we created in the philosophy portal to the real or to the local level? And by doing that, we create this kind of arms of the Cthulhu. If we see it as an octopus, we have this philosophy portal blob on top of it, and then all kinds of, I don't know what the word, arms of the octopus, but tentacles. Yeah, exactly. And that it moves and it in strange ways. It's a smart creature also. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that experiment.
Daniel, you wanted to jump in there?
Well, I love Michel Bowens, and he's been talking about with the on this idea is it possible today because of the internet to have small group dynamics at scale, which would seem like for most of history was not possible, right? Now, of course, maybe it's not possible in general, but it's interesting to think that we might have those possibilities. And when you look at, I think also just to comment on what you were saying on kind of this relationship between institution, but also something outside of institutions, something that has connections with what institutions can offer, but at the same time are not entirely bound by institutions, and yet at the same time have the discipline of institutions. Like that's one of the risks when you leave institutions, you don't have the disciplines or kind of the sense of, oh, I'm not where those people are, I want to be like them. There's a lot of social problems that can emerge when you don't have institutions. But then there's also problems when you have institutions because they have certain bindings, monetarily, agendas, et cetera, so forth. And it is very interesting to look at something like, obviously, the Bloomsbury Group with like Keynes and Bertrand Russell. They're working in the university system, but then they're also meeting at a different house. And also it is fascinating. Like when you look, there's a wonderful book on that I think is relevant here. Randall Collins, the sociological theory of intellectual change, I believe what it's called. It's a very large book because Mr. Collins' mind is basically infinite. He's a completely fascinating sociologist who does all these cool little experiments and different things that you never think of. And in that book, really going through the history of these different scenes or communities that are intellectual that succeed. And if we look at, say, the Scottish Enlightenment, you have this kind of underground group. Thomas Reed, your Hutchinsons, obviously your Smiths and your Humes, who do have some, Hume as a historian has some sort of social and intellectual clout, but he's also hanging out in a pub. He's also highly rejected for being seen as an atheist, right? So you have connection, but you also do not have binding by connection. And that seems to be something like the sweet spot, where you have these individuals in the sociological text that seem to have connection politically, institutionally, socially, but also can work outside of it. They can swim in both. If you just have one or the other, and this also speaks, the other really important sociological book is a book called To Change the World by Dr. James Hunter, and it's the question of how do you change the world? What changes the world? And it really is a fascinating text because he goes through all these different strategies, and one of them that he really, he's really focused on Christian evangelicism, with this kind of idea that you do this grassroots movement and you tell people about Jesus and it's going to change different things and you pass out tracts and different things like that. And he goes, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. There's no evidence of it. What seems to work is the ability to have powerful ideas that people are able to hold to for conviction or an intellectual paradigm shift, that they are then able, the term he uses, to have faithful presence in relation to an institution that is able to have influence from that. Now, you also, though, have to have, you cannot be compromised by the institution. So this is the weird middle spot. How do you have a faithful presence or connection with an institution without having that institution control your thinking or threaten that they won't give you tenure if you don't change your thinking? That seems to be paramount. So there's some sort of bothness that is needed that then, funny enough, means there's a network that is an operation that's kind of invisible, but it's not irrelevant. Like it's invisible, not because it has nothing to do with institutions or social, like economics or the society, but it also is operating in a kind of dark space beyond these different things. And I think actually it's interesting to think of this as the Cthulhu network, and then I'll pass it on, is because one of the reasons why we tend to run to institutions is because they can help us avoid the anxiety of not knowing exactly what we're doing. The institution can give you a job, it can give you a paycheck, it can kind of give you a title, so you're kind of, you're not naked, if you will. You have a fig leaf, right? But when you start talking about meeting up at Virginia Woolf's house, Well, you have to deal with the fact that Keynes can be a dick. Bertrand Russell is kind of arrogant, and you have to deal with all like the relational problems between different people, and then of course all the sexual tensions that arise, right? So the reason why this kind of sweet spot doesn't tend to emerge is because the things you have to get is you have to a lot of people who leave the institution or work outside the institution are then too bitter toward it. They're too like against it and they want nothing to do with it. And that doesn't seem to be good. So you have to be able to leave, then hold it together where you don't disown it entirely, and then go into small groups where you're meeting directly and you have all the anxiety of individuals, and then do all of that while simultaneously creating relations with the institutions. That's really tricky. What the heck? I just want to get a paycheck and I could get tenure and then I'd be good. But this kind of mixed connection, interrelations, I just had to use the word inter in there, I couldn't help it. But these connections that are in operation, there is a case to be made based on the work of thinkers like a Randall Collins, thinkers like Hunter, that Berger even, that you could bring in to show that something like the Cthulhu network is what's needed. The question is the following: in what ways does the internet add to this picture in making possible perhaps the scaling of small group dynamics? This has never occurred before. It opens new possibilities. Maybe before everyone had to like live in Oxford or whatever, they had to live in Scotland. Now maybe you'll have something like a Scottish Enlightenment that's more like I want to say global enlightenment, but that's a hefty term, or something more not so bound to geographical location that, funny enough, actually will lead to more geographical diversity, because someone can live on a farm in Virginia, someone can live in a city in New York and elsewhere. And whereas before, these small groups tended to have a shared geography or a fairly shared socioeconomic background, we actually may have a possibility of a greater diversity along different lines, like geography, like location, like work, and so on and so forth, that may actually open creativity for possibilities of thinking that haven't been done before. But it would require dealing with that anxiety difference, and it's going to really intensify the Cthulhu dimension of all this, because you have the farmer dealing with the broker, dealing with the professor, like extreme difference. But that difference is also the potential. But it will require facing a lot of anxiety. And at the end of the day, I think so much comes down to the problem of anxiety, negative speech, as you were saying at the net. So much comes down to this.
Yeah, I mean, it again. So what's coming to my mind again is something I brought up once before, but it's this memory I have, which for some reason sticks very strongly in my mind, of my PhD supervisor telling me that if he didn't get a tenured position at a university, he doesn't know what he would do with his life. Now, lucky for him, he doesn't have to figure out that problem, but he was telling, I think probably that stuck in my mind so much was because it was in the context of me facing the anxiety of that abyss. I was facing the anxiety of I really have absolutely no faith that the institution is going to hold me in anything resembling a tenure track position. So what does that mean? I mean, I have sort of my drive. I have the fact that I know I love what I do, but I have to face the anxiety, I think, precisely of I'm not sure if I know what the connection is between what I love to do and actual service to other people. I'm not sure what that connection is. I know I love it. I think it's valuable, and I think I can't quantify that value, or I can't assess its immediate value. But I do know it will have long-term value and impact, kind of like the same way that I don't think a Darwin or an Einstein or a Nietzsche or a Marx could have known the consequences or the value of their work in the long term. They wouldn't have been able to tell you immediately. Like Darwin wouldn't have been able to tell you that his theory would have any long-term impact on the entire field of biology or the entire field of medicine. Right? Einstein wouldn't have been able to tell you that his theory had any long-term impact on, for example, the satellite networks in the 21st century, right? He had to have no concept of that. And so I think that there's something here that's coming to my mind related to Todd McGowan's notion of the useless excess, that the Cthulhu network is working with the useless excess in a different way than the institutions are, potentially. And what they're doing is they're saving us for potentially the idea would be that the Cthulhu network space is saving us from the option of either you're in the institutions because you've rigidly defined your values in relationship to categories that the institutions can make sense of and immediately value, and the alternative of being in type of an individualistic wasteland or in a type of isolationist wasteland, where I think Daniel brought up you do have problems of discipline oftentimes. And you can also fall into like a meaning crisis. And I do think that even the concept or the term meaning crisis probably did emerge in precisely this problem of people who are in institutions and realizing that the institutions are failing and not really knowing what the alternative involves or entails. So I will bring it back again to that image of the Cthulhu network, because I think it and Joris talking about the arms or the tentacles of the Cthulhu network. I mean, that image, of course, a very Lovecraftian image. I do think what it involves is kind of, what Daniel was talking about. It's a dark space. It's a messy space. I think it's a space that has to deal with messy relationships, with dark relationships, with invisible networks. And things of this nature. But at the same time, I think, what am I trying to point towards here? I think that if we don't work out sort of the dynamics of something like a Cthulhu network, I think that we aim to lose both our connection to the institutions and perhaps what we like about our individualistic space. So there's this in-between space that I think is needs to be explored. Is there anything that's coming to your mind here, Joris, on these points?
Well, the I can relate very well to the anxiety when you're in a system or in an organization. I worked in a bank for 20 years, and a lot of people who are in those kinds of contexts now are experience a form of anxiety, I think. And I think we can help them in a way through what we will be offering. Because when you're in that space, you have this double anxiety. There is, or you jump out of it, and it's like fear of death, because who is going to pay the bills and whatever. Or it's another fear, a kind of fear of death, but another kind of, oh my God, is this my life? Fear of meaningless life somehow. So that came to my mind when you talked about people who are dying in certain structures. So the Cthulhu network can offer some oxygen, but because we need people within the systems, and so maybe the Cthulhu network can be a bridge from people in the liminal web with all their creativity, because there's also in a lot of institutions and organizations, creativity is also dying. It's like it's happening on the platforms on YouTube, and that's where creativity is now. So they need creativity, they need oxygen. So the Cthulhu network can maybe bring some, in our case, philosophical wisdom, but it could be art or whatever. Bring it because it's always the question: do you need can you can change happen more easily within the system, or outside of system, on the borders of a system? And so the Cthulhu for me is somewhere in between, outside, which is maybe the liminal web, and inside, which are the organizations we know. So that came to my mind. So we can be useful, I think, to bridge both. That's my ambition for 2024. A small experiment to see if we can do a little step in that direction.
Wonderful. A few things come to mind. I think a lot of the question of the Cthulhu network has something to do with kind of the questions of the commons. Mr. Bowens will talk about, we were talking about with Landry, like, can you regain a commons? What is the commons? It also, I think, ties, we had this class of paradox on the question of shadow work, this work that is outside of wage labor, that actually is what makes wage labor possible. Like, so for example, Ivan Illich makes the point of sitting in traffic. Sitting in traffic is actually work. And if nobody did that work, there wouldn't be no, there'd be a lot less jobs, right, within wage labor. And yet no one even thinks about paying people to sit in traffic, for example, or say you need someone to do housekeeping so that you have somewhere to stay so that you can go to your job, or different things. Or, hey, a lot of people talked about making data online and, techno-feudalism and all these different things, right? Where you're basically doing a lot of data creation to make certain platforms possible that you're not being paid for, right? And I think one of the things that is occurring today is, so first off, what's really important to realize, which can help kind of, I think, bring to the forefront of this, why this question is so central, is, as Ivan Illich argues, and I think you can make this argument, there has never, ever, ever been a period in human history where the wage labor economy has not depended on shadow work, meaning work outside the wage labor to make it possible. Once you understand that, the question of what should the quality be of work outside of institutions or alongside institutions and all also becomes a lot less, dare I say, flimsy, or maybe fantasy or something, because you start to realize what's actually happening today with the liminal web and these kind of online spaces is a acknowledgement or a loss of the plausible deniability that there is a space outside of wage labor or institutions that make them possible. So what we're doing is realizing and making vivid something that has always been present but has not been acknowledged. So the question, and the Hegelian in me is all about that realization of the always already. And it's not where this question of the liminal web. What's critical to realize is that this question of the commons, the liminal web, the Cthulhu network, et cetera, so forth, is not a addition to the socioeconomic reality of, what if we were to create a new outside space? The outside space has always been there. It's just been invisible. And the thing is, what's very funny, I would like to argue that the more and more institutions, the economy, et cetera, denies the existence of the outside space, the more and more it undergoes stagnation, the great stagnation that Mr. Cohn will talk about, the more institutionals become pathology, because they are actually completely dependent on the outside space to determine the operations of the inside space, if you will. So there's a real sense in which institutions have always been alongside an outside space. And the question is, I would like to argue that the outside space is where, say, what is demand? Economics is like, what is demand? I don't think economics has ever actually addressed the question of what is demand versus demand being something that exists relative to supply. Where does demand come from? How do people choose what they want and what they desire? Oh man, we're starting to talk about psychoanalysis now. And where do people arrive at their demands? Well, it tends to either been taught to them by marketing or the system, or they arrive at it in their common life, in their commons, in their families, and things like that. So how do we develop better demand? Demand that is actually more human and less tends to not lead us in problematic dimensions. Here's the issue, and then I'll pass it because I think this is very important. In order to change the quality of demand, which would have economic ramifications, it will have to occur relative to spaces outside of the economy, and they will have a lot to do with training in terms of anxiety, facing the other, dealing with the other, courage. Mr. Ebert has said that the meaning of life is courage. The point on what you were saying in anxiety, I think you're exactly correct that there are people in institutions have anxiety. What I'll say is that inside of institutions, you have things like midlife crises or crises of knowing you're stuck. Outside of institutions is where you deal with the anxiety of unmediated encounters. So they're both kinds of anxiety. I just make a language distinction, which could be a wall if I'm not careful. So I hope it's a mountain that we can see the heights from. But there seems to be a difference between this feeling of, oh my gosh, I'm undergoing a crisis because I'm stuck in this job at 40 I never wanted to do, or what if I die? Who's going to take my care? All of these different things. But one of the reasons we've fallen into those crises is because we haven't wanted to face anxiety. We've avoided anxiety with the other person, dealing with the kind of common spaces, these spaces outside of institutions, or doing our work with outside of institutional support, because that makes you anxious. But you see, if you don't face anxiety, you still have to deal with crises, meaning crisis, meta crisis, you know, all these different things. You could also talk about fragility. So we actually haven't addressed the problem. We've just kind of avoided it. And now you're just looking at a period where, okay, we put off dealing with anxiety for a long time. Now we have to go back and think it. Oh, and by the way, if we don't get good at the spaces outside of institutions, we're not going to change the quality of demand. We're not going to become more creative. We're not going to make more, dare I say, sublative relationships. We're not going to deal with the birth rate problem that the Collins and we've talked about before. All of these things seem to ride on the space outside of institutions, which means we're dealing with the realm of these relations between people and anxiety. How do we do that? What does that look like? And I think a lot of philosophy, things like the philosophy portal, et cetera, so forth, is interested in those kind of questions.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, again, I want to bring it back around to the experience I was mentioning in the last round with my experience in the universities, specifically in my doctoral training, was that oftentimes there are a lot of extremely bright people who are doing a lot of difficult work and hard work, but they never really ask themselves, why am I writing this paper really? And who wants to read this paper really? And then you have this issue of, like, a lot of the times in, like, for example, in the more technical disciplines, you know, you might have a readership of 25 people. And that readership is reading that paper because there's technical information in that paper which is needed for practical running of either building a technology or solving a very domain-specific problem, you know, some very niche area of, like, cancer research or something like that, or something like that. A lot of the times in the humanities, you have papers that are just absolutely unread forever. Like, no one's reading those papers because no one wants those papers, right? And so there is no demand for those papers. You know, I think that's a big problem. And you know, sometimes I think, or sometimes I'm trying to force myself more and more to think about, okay, I have a lot of capacities in terms of creative capacities. Like, I could write X amount of pages a day. I could create this amount of videos a week or something like that. I could have this many conversations, podcasts, or, you know, there's a lot of things I could do, right? Like, but then I just come back to, who wants any of this? Is there any demand for this really? And trying to come back to what is being demanded. What do I see on, like, instead of, basically it's like a decentering of, like, and, you know, I want to connect this to the history of coming out of the teaching the Acree course. There are these, in the Freudian tradition, there are these histories of decenterings, you know, where you're decentered from the center of the universe in terms of the earth. You're decentered from the center of life with Darwin. You're decentered from the center of your own mind with the unconscious, or something like that. And I think in economics, I'm trying to think in terms of socioeconomics, being decentered in regards to supply and demand is, like, I feel like a lot of people are supplying a lot of things, can supply a lot of things, but they're not asking themselves, who's demanding this? Who wants this? So I'm only sort of at, like, the beginning of my decentering process and my journey with that. And I feel like I can get a lot better with that. But the idea behind both the origin of Philosophy Portal and what I'm trying to do in 2024 with the live event space, I think comes from a deepening of reflection on what is being demanded, what is really in demand. So the original courses came out of, I literally saw that there is a demand for people to learn about Hegel. Like, there was a demand there. When I was making my YouTube channels, I could see there's a demand there, right? And that goes so far. What I see more and more since doing the courses is that there's a demand for more creative and more alternative forms of discursive spaces to think through and work with and talk about philosophy. And I think that in part those do center. I don't think it's totalized by this, but I do think a part of this does involve training and anxiety and dealing with the other. I think we need to think about maybe what's needed outside of that specifically. I don't think that exhausts the entire horizon, but I do think that specifically is a good place to start, because I think a lot of people, and then I'll pass it to you, Joris. I think a lot of people need that, and I think our whole culture needs that, because if you don't deal with that, in my experience, what happens is that people get stuck. Like relationships can get stuck. That's what I'm trying to work through. And that, before I pass it on, is like what I notice in myself is that if you don't train yourself in working with anxiety on the most intimate level, like with your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your best friend, if you don't work there, then you get stuck, you freeze with the other, because you don't know how to deal with the anxiety or the negativity. So you just, okay, I'm going to freeze then. And then that freezing ends up permeating all the rest of your life. So it's easier to get stuck and to get frozen with other relationships because you haven't dealt with the fundamental freezing, which is some freezing related to the most intimate relationship. So I think, yeah, that's sort of where I am, is like going into 2024, I want to where am I most fundamentally frozen? I want to try and unfreeze that and then see if it can loosen up my spirit in all relationships, basically. I'll pass it on now.
Yeah, I think it's all about training. Yeah, I do agree. I have this space that I call the plek. It's my parents' house. They both passed away, and I decided to keep it in order to use it as a space to invite people and to connect people. So I've been training in bringing people together, not totally random people, because I'm not good at that. Just put me in a space with 10 people I don't know and I freeze. But I can make one-on-one connections with people, and then after being gone through that process, I can bring them together. Maybe it's some kind of safety that I need for myself, and then I'm able to. I over the last couple of years, I'm able to connect people that don't know each other, and it's training. I do agree. And now the next step is, can we bring philosophy in that process? Because the experiment was without really having any content. But here, the step for the next year is, can we bring philosophy in that kind of space? And will that help to strengthen the connection, or will that break the connection? I don't know. Because in the beginning of our talk, we talked about new expressions and how it can become a private language. So that will be the key challenge, I think. So you can create a space where almost 10 or 12 new people meet each other physically. That's okay. But what happens if you bring in concepts and new language and new ideas? Will that create more anxiety or less? I don't know. That's something for in a couple of weeks.
Can I just say, and then pass to Daniel, I think that will bring anxiety, and then the question is, are we capable to deal with that anxiety? Are we, because when most professors give lectures, they don't think that their ideas were going to cause anxiety, and when their ideas do cause anxiety, they don't know how to deal with it. Right? This is actually something that Freud dealt with when he first introduced his ideas. When Freud first presented his ideas themselves caused anxiety. And then the big problem with psychoanalysis was how to deal with the anxiety that those ideas provoked. Anyway, I pass that to Daniel.
Marvelous. And George, I must say the pieces you've contributed to the anthology are beautifully written and well done. I want to say, because you mentioned your parents there, and I salute you on that work. A few things come to mind. So on the question of demand, there's always a question of, I'll just say liminal web, let's say philosophy portal. What philosophy portal is doing? Is this a matter of needing to create demand or find a pent up demand that is not being realized? So those are two different things. So for example, let's say philosophy portal helps people deal with anxiety. Is that something that people know they need, but they cannot find the place where they can get that training? Or is it something that you have to teach people that they need, and then they will demand it, right? So it's kind of a question of pent-up demand, which can mean different things, but grant me that. Or is it creating demand? Now, there is an argument to be made that the existence of, say, the meaning crisis, the birth rates, all of these may suggest that it's a pent-up demand, actually, that there is a demand for something that would help people deal with anxiety, if indeed anxiety is what is causing these things, if it is the root of everything. Now, that's part of what the debate is on the liminal web, right? Some people are like, well, actually, it's a lack of a metaphysics. Some people, well, it's the lack of a religion, a church, a communal space. There's this big debate between what is kind of the prime mover between the meaning crisis, if you grant me that phrase. And I know some people critique it, et cetera, so forth, so on and so forth. But if we grant it here, the offness problem, people feel off, if you will. Now, what's very interesting is, again, there's a whole lot of people that still believe in God. So, the metaphysical problem, it seems like that might be dealing with a lot of white collar people who go off to college and, the complexity stuff, the emergence. Now, that's a group of people. There's demand there. But there's also a lot of people who believe in God that are having midlife crises, or they are having terrible family relationships and so on and so forth. That would seem to be different if they still believe in God than the notion that the universe is cold and there's nothing in it, right? Now, also, we go back to Tocqueville, who I've been reading a lot on, who basically warns that we've never done democracy, really, because democracy requires dealing with what he called doubt, which is basically anxiety. What is it? He was like, democracy's doomed because anxiety is really hard, and what's going to happen is everyone's just going to run to, he just says commerce and business and all that, because then when I encounter the other, I'm a business owner and rich, and that deals with the anxiety. So human beings, when they face anxiety, tend to run off to create new hierarchies so that when they encounter the other, they don't have the status anxiety. They don't have the nervousness, the anxiety, because we as human beings really, really hate running into other people unless we have a filtration system. My job, my business, what I do, if I just have to encounter you one-on-one, that's horrifying. And that's what we don't have any training in. But that might be what Philosophy Portal trains people in, the ability to actually encounter something. And there seems to be something about philosophy, when it's not merely the history of philosophy, that is the training with the ability to encounter people without a filtration system. And the weird thing is that a lot of these concepts that seem kind of high convoluted and hysteric and difficult, actually the ability to speak about concepts in a kind of way that the philosophy can train you seems to also be the very skill that is part of dealing with anxiety and dealing with democracy. For Tocqueville, and one thinks about substantive democracy, that possibility with Hunter, which is the ability to discuss first principles. Well, that would basically mean democracy is the kind of the Philosophy Portal conversation. It is this kind of conversation we're doing here, which is philosophical, but it's not the same kind of philosophical conversation you might see in an institutional setting. It has this weird quality experience. Okay, so this capacity to do this kind of conversation and this kind of way of thinking seems to have something to do with handling the problem of anxiety. So if there's a lot of people that have a pent-up demand looking for that, you have to, convince them that this philosophical training is the thing that they have a demand for and not know it, right? How do you bridge that? How do you connect those things, right? Well, a lot of it, in my opinion, and I'll pass it on, a lot of our demand is trained by the school system. Right now, you go to school to get a job, a career. You're not there to deal with anxiety. You're not there to learn how to have this kind of philosophical speech that also helps you deal with the problem of negative speech. That is big for Lacan. The entire education model would basically, in its very medium, because Neil Postman talks about how education trains you to think that being good at trivia is to be educated. What we're doing right now, we're fools. The school system would be like, they're not getting paid. They're not. What are they doing? This entire exchange, by the very structure of education, suggests it's irrational to do what we're doing on the liminal web, right? If you're not going to get a job, if you're not going to get paid for it, why are you doing it? The critical thing to create the demand or to connect the pent-up demand with the ability that helps with anxiety that seems to be central to all of this will be part of changing, which is, a bold claim. It's about changing the medium of education for people to associate the ability to be good at the art of speech and facing other people in the sort of manner that can be highlighted on the liminal web, not to avoid negativity, but to actually be able to go into it. It would have to create the associational link that learning those abilities is actually what it means to be educated. And once you get that, then you start demanding the spaces that provide that for you. And that's the thing where it's like connecting the demand. And basically, as a funny little note, AI may help with all of this, because if AI removes so many jobs and you're going to school to get a job that AI can do, why the heck would you do that? Well, what if school's actually where you go to be able to handle negative speech or to think philosophically so that you can actually think more creatively, to think of new ways to use AI to create new forms, not just mere information. We had a net conversation with Alex Eva. We were talking about the creation of, like, when we talk about, like, there's a difference between making a new piano song and making a new genre of music, or an entirely new form of art or form of thinking, if you grant form in a kind of Platonic sense. Perhaps human beings have never been capable of creating forms very well. We really haven't. We have a very limited number of forms. Maybe AI can have a function of helping us create new forms that we could have never done before AI, but we will only be able to do that if we actually learn the abilities to handle anxiety, become more creative, like something like philosophical discussions can have, and to be more human with other people so that we can think of those new possibilities, but that would require us to learn how to deal with the other person. So I think on the question of demand, pent-up demand, et cetera, so forth, you will have to change the associational links of what people are learning, educated, reading for, from getting a career to actually dealing with facing the other, going into the darkness, the Cthulhu network, et cetera, so forth, and actually finding it as the road to the beatific vision. Because as you know, I like to connect the question of Lovecraft. AI is actually going to force humanity to basically make an absolute choice between, something like a Cthulhu Lovecraft reduction to ash, because we don't tarry with the Cthulhu. If we can learn to tarry with it, tarry with the negative, we don't have to be reduced to ash, and we can have a beatific vision. But if we keep ignoring it, it's going to reduce us to ash. So we have to go into the network so that we can learn the art of it and perhaps move toward the love that moves the sun and other stars.
I just want to say that in some sense, at least in relationship to my family, I think I've always been seen as kind of a fool, in the sense that what are you doing? Like I remember, like, when I started my journey, my first goal was to study chimpanzees. And my mom was just like, why? Like, what are you doing that for? Like, why are you going to Africa now? Like, there's always just been, I've been pulled by a certain mystery. I've been on a certain drive, and in some sense I've been in love with a certain useless excess that I've tried to defend and guard at all costs. And I think that if I could bring it around to how the Acree ends, it's actually that I think I want to end, or give my last sort of thought here before letting you guys also have a last thought, is that maybe we're too one-sided if we just focus on anxiety. I want to offer another side of anxiety. So how the Acree ends is that he talks about the phallus is the truth, and he talks about how the phallus is the truth is related to both phobia and fetish. So fear and attraction. And I want to juxtapose, and this is actually coming from Miss H, actually, in the chat, is that I want to say anxiety and arousal. Like, where do we experience anxiety and where do we experience arousal? Where are we turned on? Because probably it's the same space. So I'm just trying to say that this is the same space, but if we just focus on anxiety, maybe we could become too negative. and then maybe in the Hegelian move, we do the negation of the negation. Because with the negation of the negation, then we have arousal. And then, really what Lacan said is where thou art that is at the limit image of the images of jouissance. Like where you're really aroused. Like what really turns you on. And like the thing is with institutions never really care about what turns you on. Right? Like in some sense, people say, like, actually, Thomas is still in the chat, and Thomas is telling me, because when he's in the institutions, Thomas says the institutions are dead. Well, why are the institutions dead? Well, because they're not in touch with what anyone's aroused by. Like I went to present, I presented systems and subjects at Thomas's university, and I love the opportunity, but those rooms are not aesthetically pleasing at all. That's a bland, dead place. Right? Like, and so that's the question that I sort of want to end on, is this connection between anxiety and arousal as something related to the truth, and we need to work with both. And we need to be the types of beings that can work with both. And I think Lacan and analysis was that type of being, but we need to think about that type of being outside of the clinic. And that's the limitation of Lacan. It's not Lacan's own thoughts necessarily, but it's just thinking about them in the structures of the clinic, as opposed to out in the real, out in society, where people are struggling with theopolitical issues. And I think that brings us to questions of the phallus, anxiety, arousal, and related to the truth. So I'll end with that, and then maybe just get your thoughts here, Joris and Daniel. And feel free to bring your thoughts in relationship to where you are and where you're pointing in 2024.
About arousal, I'm reading this lovely book, The Negative Psychoanalysis. So I'm in the negative space. I will not add arousal to it. I think I'm going to stick with anxiety, that it will create demand for what we do, for what we're doing. I want to experiment with that. And next year, I'm also going to use my old life for doing some interim leadership in a commons. So I will be in a commons where there is a lot of apparently a lot of negativity, even in a very beautiful project. So I'm hoping to learn a lot of that because it will be learning about, what is a commons? How is it created? What are the tensions within that? So I will be looking at anxiety in commons, but I do agree, arousal is of course an element to take into account. But my thoughts are not there. My thoughts are with anxiety and commons and that kind of stuff, and using my old life in a better way. Oh, better, not a good word. In an other way. Sorry. So that's me.
Beautiful. So a few things come to mind. Well, it's very interesting because there's always a tension. Like in Christianity, if you overemphasize the fact that humans can be saints, then there's a problem of they don't sit with sin enough to be a saint, because a saint is someone who kind of never thinks of themselves as a saint, which is paradoxical and weird. So the very possibility of arousal requires a intimate connection with anxiety that you can't be going into to get to arousal, because then your connection with the anxiety is not full and you're actually using it as a means to the end. So you have this incredibly weird paradoxical problem that you have to think through. Like the only way Dante gets to the Paradiso is when he turns on the hill at the beginning and there's a she-wolf, which represents his sin. He's got the three animals. That's his sin. He has to then what? Go through Inferno, Purgatorio, no promises of getting to the Paradiso. Oh, and by the way, this is an incredibly important point. If Dante goes too quickly to the beatific vision, it will kill him. This is one of the problems. We move to joy too fast. There's a class, I can't remember, I think it is in the Commedia, where there, he comes upon these dancers, and Cleo was talking about this, and one of the dancers come out and like, what are you doing here? Don't you know that this is a place where there's joy? as if this will kill you. Have you lost your mind? You haven't gone through the work of anxiety and difficulty and the hospice, as Miss Rest would talk about. You haven't dwelled there by which to be able to handle joy. And when I hear the warnings against the therapeutic, the positivity, see references Philip Reeve, a man after my own heart, there is a real tension that we try to go to the therapeutic before going through the inferno. So the therapeutic kills us. And that's, you could say that's what actually the modern world as of now, basically has been for a while. You could say the meaning crisis is a consequence of unearned joy, joy without purgatorio. And as a result, it's just, I don't know. So there's this real problem of having to go through anxiety to get to arousal. Now, the language I'll use is, for me, arousal I will associate with intrinsic motivation. The only way to get to intrinsic motivation, though, is through a kind of Humean journey where you start with impulse and you're childish, not, childish, not childlike. I make that distinction with Nietzsche. So you're childish. So you actually have to go through the journey from impulse into extrinsic motivation, training, institution, discipline, which would be something like anxiety and difficulty, to get to the place where then you can be intrinsically motivated and it not be selfish, atomistic, escapist, something like we see with the Horikami in the apartments in Japan or something. Like, one should not assume that just because you motivate yourself, you have thus achieved the childlikeness of Nietzsche. You could motivate yourself simply because you haven't gone through the camel and the lion and you're just impulsive, right? So likewise, there's something about arousal that has to be captured in anxiety. And it makes me think of one of my favorite scenes in literature, the bridge over the river Drina by Avo Andrek. And there's a character in this book named Fatima. Fatima is a beautiful woman, and everyone wants to sleep with her when they see her walking across the bridge. They can't help it. All the men are aroused. And Fatima is forced to marry someone, and she doesn't want to. And all the men are trying to see her naked, definitely. But one day she throws herself off the bridge and commits suicide. And the men are looking, they don't know where she is, and they're looking for her. They don't know she's committed suicide. And up to this point, there's this guy smoking a cigarette. And he always kind of smokes he always sucks the smoke in. And then they find Fatima on the side of the river, and her clothes have been ripped off. She's entirely naked, everything they ever wanted, and they're utterly terrified. And the man with the cigarette pushes the smoke away. He doesn't want to take it in anymore. Why is it that Fatima, that at one point was a being of arousal, is suddenly a being of horror? What's the difference? It's the same body, isn't it? Flesh on flesh. Something has been lost in the life. That means that the arousal cannot ever move into love, and now it's stuck forever in the doom of being an anxious question of what is it that this dead, naked body doesn't have anymore that makes arousal impossible? Because that's the point. Once Fatima is dead, you can't have arousal anymore. And there's something about human beings that once we're dead, we can't have arousal anymore. So how do we avoid that? Well, what's missing from the dead Fatima and the living Fatima? Life. The encounter of a living being. And for me, because you cannot square the problem of how do you be a saint that doesn't think of yourself as a saint, because that's all a giant contradiction, the only way to deal with it seems to be an action, not a mental position, but an activity that you don't have to square because it is in motion. And that activity is encountering the other person. None of the men go and meet Fatima. They stare at her from a distance. No one goes to be with Fatima. They just want her body. And so they cannot know the difference between a cheap, lame lust and how to encounter a being in terms of love, because that would have to deal with the anxiety of possibly being rejected by Fatima. So no one can have the body that they actually want. It's not merely a naked body that they want. They want a body that is a temple of life. But the only way is we as human beings can relate to bodies that are temples of life, that can be the beatific vision, is to face the possibility of being reduced to ash, like by a Lovecraft creature, that can horrify us in the rejection that they bring upon us because we find ourselves unworthy of Fatima, because we have not done the work in our commons, in our daily life, to be the kind of being that have faced our fears, that have done things that have been challenging, so that we could be a child in the Nietzsche sense, so that we could approach Fatima. And Fatima forces us to see ourselves as not using our time well. And that's something we don't want to face. But if we are not willing to face that judgment of the gaze of the beautiful, of the beatific vision that is so piercing, then there is no possibility of relating with a being like Fatima and having a beatific vision. And so in Fatima, we see that the only way to square this tension of being a saint that doesn't think of yourself as a saint, the tension between anxiety and arousal, where you don't use anxiety as a means to arousal or seek arousal without the work of anxiety, because you cannot square this. All you can do is act in light of it. And the way you act in light of it is encountering the other person and meeting them unmediated in themselves. And that is very difficult. So there's a lot of work to be done in 2024. So I'm glad that we can start carrying out that work now.